The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Quand on brasse et porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Statements by members, déclaration de députés.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, on Monday I had the honour and the privilege of being in the front row as the founder of L'Envol de Victoriaville. Marguerite Bourgeois received from Michel Doyon the Lieutenant Governor's Medal of Quebec for exceptional merit. This prestigious honour, which recognizes the commitment and determination of Quebecers who go above and beyond in having a positive influence in their community. Madame Bourgeois is an exceptional woman from my region who has always worked hard to make our community more inclusive, more open, and just generally better. Her work, her determination, her perseverance, her generosity, her leadership, and her involvement in our community is exemplary. Her love and her commitment to the people that she helps is simply remarkable and must be highlighted. I'll close, Mr. Speaker, with the words of the Lieutenant Governor, who said that this merit, Madame Bourgeois, you fully deserve it. You are an example of commitment. You have contributed to spreading happiness. Congratulations, Marguerite, and thank you for being the exceptional and inspiring woman that you are.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I am honoured to speak about the importance of the Ontario Science Centre, a beacon of knowledge and innovation in my community. Established in 1969, the centre has not only fostered a love for science, but it's inspired generations of young people and young minds in the pursuit of careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We are so proud in Don Valley East to have this positive building, this positive institution impact many people in our community. We've been grateful for the Science Centre for providing employment opportunities to local residents, its partnership with local schools, hosting a science-themed high school, and for programs designed for newcomers, youth, and the community at large. Mr. Speaker, despite the love we have locally for this important space, the provincial government has decided to move the centre to downtown Toronto. Residents in Don Valley East have been loud and clear that they are against moving the Science Centre, especially with no public consultation. The Ontario Science Centre is part of our community, and moving it will create an irreplaceable void in our neighbourhood. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, last month, Ottawa Valley's Tom Big Red Stevenson passed away at the age of 86 with his family at his side. Tom was a real-life trailblazer. He was a professor at Algonquin College and instrumental in creating an outdoor component to the forestry program. The ideal location was at Acray Station on Grand Lake in Algonquin Park. Students would spend a week at a time learning forestry in the forest. Tom knew High Falls was a remarkable feature of Algonquin Park, but it was remote. Together with his family and the permission of park officials, Tom cleared a trail over 5 kilometers long through thick bush. Over time, the popularity of the trail grew, park officials began to maintain it, and it began to be known as Cheaters Trail. It's our hope that Algonquin Park will recognize Tom Stevenson's contribution and officially name the trail in his honor. Yeah.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Niagara is on the cusp of an accomplishment. With vision that builds in our strengths, determination, and partnerships, our vision can be realized. I am pleased to say, Mr. Speaker, that today it is becoming a reality. With the water of the Welland Canal carrying goods from lake to lake as its lifeblood, and our strategic location, the Niagara Ports Trade Corridor is becoming the catalyst for prosperity that we envisioned. New industry and businesses are locating along the banks of the Welland Canal, prompting others to recognize what is possible in moving goods from and into Canada through Niagara, strengthening our collective binational international trade performance. The Welland Canal, short and mainline rail, air, and a highway network that, through its heart of Niagara, is a catalyst and have combined to position Niagara as one of the most internationally recognized trade corridors in the country, providing the bedrock of Niagara's future economy and Canada's internationally integrated supply chains. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I would like to honour a larger-than-life man, Mr. Alain Gingras. Involved since the 90s with the cadets, Alain stood out during the 98 ice storm as a volunteer. In 2009, he joined Council 3206 of the Knights of Columbus, and he became Grand Knight in 2013. His work since is incredible. He's worked hundreds of hours from February to December each year, giving his time and his money to prepare Christmas hampers. Starting with 25 in 2015, he prepared 271 this year. Alain also raises funds to offer winter clothes to children. He organizes brunches to help local organizations, and he's just organized a Christmas tree event for 250 kids. And if that's not enough, he recently joined the board of directors of the SEM movement, which supports a better childhood. And it's for all these reasons that last night Alain was invited to sign the Grand Livre d'Or of the city of Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu. Alain, we're very lucky to have you. Thank you for everything that you do.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Like many of my colleagues this week, I met with representatives from Heart and Stroke. They are passionately reminding us to keep the health of children at the heart of our work. Dr. Sonia Anand was one of those here in Ottawa, a brilliant and kind cardiologist, professor, and researcher from McMaster in Hamilton. Every 5 minutes in Canada, someone dies from heart conditions, stroke, or vascular cognitive impairment. While some risk factors are genetic, 80% of premature heart disease and stroke can be prevented through lifestyle choices like being active, healthy eating, and being smoke-free. Healthy habits begin at an early age, which is why Heart and Stroke is asking for continued support when it comes to making healthier food choices for kids and in taking additional steps to prevent youth from vaping. Heart and Stroke has been fighting heart disease and stroke for over 70 years, and I thank them for their efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Nothing brings together a community more than a winning team, and the Peterborough Petes are winning. They're heading to the OHL Eastern Conference Finals after sweeping the Sudbury Wolves in the first round and a decisive 4-2 series victory against the Ottawa 67s at Monday night's sold-out Memorial Centre crowd of almost 4,000 people. The Peterborough Petes are heading to the Eastern Finals against the North Bay Battalion. I'd like to give a special shout-out to centre Connor Lockhart, who closed out Monday's game with a hat trick to secure the Pete's bid to the conference finals. What's so great about this is that he says his motivation was in memory of his grandmother, Jeanette Lockhart, who passed away Sunday night. You'll no doubt hear the cheers from Peterborough when the boys in maroon and white take on your riding, Mr. Speaker, the North Bay Battalion this Friday in North Bay. Go, Peas, go!
The Speaker has to stay neutral. I just want to point that out.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. La Ruelle d'Hochelaga is a social pediatrics centre which is solidly anchored in my riding. Within that centre, a committee for the rights of children has been founded by young people who want to get involved in bringing social action projects to life. So I've received today in Ottawa 9 young people between the age of 10 and 16 who are members of this Kids Human Rights Committee. They came to meet with MPs and to tell us about their projects and their thoughts on an issue that affects, unfortunately, a number of countries, child soldiers. There are over 250,000 children currently enrolled in armies around the world. met with this group a year ago for the first time, and I'm impressed by their involvement, their intelligence, and their desire to learn more. I'd like to thank them for their visit today and congratulate them for not hesitating to speak out loud and clear on behalf of children on issues that go beyond Hochelaga and affect children around the world. You can be proud of your involvement in your work. Thank you.
Member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, it's World Immunization Week, and I want to discuss tuberculosis. And while there's currently a vaccine against TB, it's over 100 years old and it's of a limited efficiency. TB is airborne bacterial infectious disease. It's strongly associated with social determinants of health such as poverty, poor living conditions like overcrowding housing, and malnutrition. It is disproportionately affects Indigenous and newcomer populations. In 2018, our Liberal government committed to eliminating TB across the Inuit Nunangat by 2030. But we need a more national effort as, unfortunately, because of COVID, there has been disruptions to programming and care for TB. And after meeting with Stop TB Canada, I understand that we are seeing an increase in TB for the first time since 2005. I encourage Canada to build on its commitment to eliminate TB in Inuit and on reserve areas by developing and implementing a truly national TB elimination strategy with provinces, territories, and Indigenous partners to make meaningful progress towards the elimination of tuberculosis. Masicho.
Good job. Good job.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to salute my grandmother who passed away 1 week ago at 99 years old. Rosadia Caputo was born in 1923 and came to Canada with her 2 sons, including my father, in 1961. She was a wife, a mother, and a sister. She also took on the role of Zia and Nona to anybody who knew her. My memories include eating gnocchi at her house well into her 80s and 90s, her pushing me out of the way in her 70s so she could show me how to use a lawnmower, and her 60th anniversary where she danced with joy with my grandfather. She lived through communism, and being the child of immigrants, it is with profound joy and pride that I stand here in the House of Commons carrying on the legacy that she, as a brave immigrant to Canada, allowed me to do. Ciao, Nona, until we meet again.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
On Monday, May the 1st, I'm proud to be sponsoring the first ever gluten-free breakfast on Parliament Hill alongside the member from Kitchener-Conestoga with Celiac Canada. Celiac disease is an autoimmune disorder that damages the small intestine and makes it difficult for the body to absorb nutrients from food. And unfortunately, about 90% of celiac disease cases remain undiagnosed. The only effective treatment is a strict gluten-free diet, which can be challenging as gluten is present in many common foods and cross-contamination can occur very easily. This can lead to serious health consequences for people with celiac disease. Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, we can all do our part to support those living with celiac disease. By spreading awareness and understanding, we can make life easier for those living with this chronic digestive and immune disorder. So join me on Monday morning to celebrate Celiac Canada's 50th anniversary and support celiac disease awareness in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, right now 155,000 public servants are on strike, and we only find ourselves in this situation because of this Prime Minister's failure to strike a deal. Mr. Speaker, it takes a special type of incompetence by this Liberal government to increase public service spending by 53% or $21 billion and still end up with the biggest federal public service strike in history. This government had 2 years to come to an agreement, but instead they have allowed for access to basic and essential services to be compromised by this strike. Canadians can't get their passports renewed, EI claims are not being assessed, and Canadians who are mailing in their tax returns can't get their refunds. And Mr. Speaker, this is only the start. It's time for the Prime Minister to fix the public service that he broke so that Canadians can get the services they deserve.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister claimed that a wall of separation exists between himself and the Trudeau Foundation, but Canadians are increasingly unable to believe him. They don't believe him when he accepts free luxury vacations to Jamaica from Trudeau Foundation donors. They don't believe him when he pours into the Trudeau Foundation, increasing donations by fourfold as soon as this Prime Minister takes office. They don't believe him when his brother arranges for a six-figure donation from a Beijing-connected millionaire to the Trudeau Foundation. They don't believe him when he appoints a member of the Trudeau Foundation to then investigate that foundation. They don't believe him when he allows the Trudeau Foundation to book meetings directly inside the Prime Minister's office. This so-called wall is an open door. Canadians are much smarter than that. They don't believe him after 8 years of scandals and ethics breaches. He must come clean with Canadians and restore public confidence in the office that he holds.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honour the memory of the Honourable Ian Watson, who left us on April 2nd at the age of 88. Mr. Watson was a member of the House of Commons from 1963 to 1984 in the governments of Lester B. Pearson, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, Joe Clark, and John Turner. He won 7 elections, first in the riding of Châteauguay-Huntingdon-La Prairie, then in La Prairie, and finally in Châteauguay. Over his political career, he was parliamentary secretary for a few departments, including revenue and urban affairs. An eternal optimist, Ian Watson believed in the power of politics to bring positive changes to the lives of people.
I offer my sincere condolences to the Watson family and his many friends who sat in this House and all his constituents. Mr. Watson represented them energetically throughout his political career. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
I cannot name the many Indigenous women that have reached out to me trying to flee from violence. If I did, I would make their already difficult situation even worse. To those who are forced to live with your abusive partners, I hear you. This government needs to hear that you are forced to live in abusive situations because of the lack of housing, because there are no shelters, because the justice system is not protecting you. This government needs to recognize how failures in investing in Indigenous housing leaves women living in fear and unable to find safety. I am calling on this government to make much-needed investments now.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
Allez-y.
Please go ahead. Mr. Speaker, the first autonomous drill developed in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, the Versa drill, is now on the market. Operating 1,300 meters underground at the Goldex Agnico Eagle mine in Val-d'Or, this drill is built here at home at MBI Global. It's a company that's been in business for over 30 years in Val-d'Or. Along with IT support, this autonomous drill is easy to operate. It's also connected to the LTE high-speed network in the mine, which allows it to send data to the surface in real time. This autonomous drill uses the data that it accumulates to improve its performance. It can interpret any change, whether that be in the rock, faults, or if there's a lack of water, for example. It also has an optical scanning technology system, which allows it to make its environment safe for workers. So bravo to those who created this revolutionary drill. I hope that your 9 years of effort will soon reflect with international success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Perry Parry Sound, Muskoka.
The housing crisis is holding Canadians hostage. Young people who dream of having their own home have been relegated to spare bedrooms and homes with roommates because of the sky-high cost of housing. In Canada's biggest cities, a one-bedroom in an apartment can go for upwards of $1,300 a month. Even smaller cities like London, Halifax, Victoria, and Winnipeg, single room can go for over $1,000 a month. The Liberals say they have the young people's back, and yet they're making the situation worse. There are many things the federal government could be doing, like tying federal infrastructure funding to cities getting approvals done faster, or requiring high-density residential around transit, or getting rid of empty federal buildings for housing and incentivizing the private sector to build more rentals. If only, Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government understood that the housing situation in Canada is, in fact, a crisis. Maybe then, Mr. Speaker, the young people of this country would no longer be forced to pay the high price of Liberal failures.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, our government has made official languages one of its priorities through record investments. And today, my colleague, the Minister for Official Languages, announced the new Action Plan for Official Languages 2023 to 2028. It's an investment of $4.1 billion to reverse the decline of French and to support our official language minority communities. And it does that through Francophone immigration, lifelong learning opportunities, and support for community organizations. Communities have been heard, and today we are delivering what they've asked for. I am proud of this plan, which will have a major impact on the Franco-Ontarian community of Nickel Belt Greater Sudbury. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone working in community organizations and who are promoting Francophone cultural, the French language, across the country, and also everyone working in our schools, in our communities across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Selon nos services de renseignement,
according to our intelligence services, the dictatorship in Beijing gave $140,000 to the Trudeau Foundation. The reason for the donation was to influence the Liberal leader, who is also Prime Minister, who is now Prime Minister. Alexander Trudeau is the one who facilitated this donation from China. Had it been anyone else, we would have called them to Parliament to answer questions. So, will the Prime Minister support a motion to call Alexander Trudeau to appear before a parliamentary committee to answer questions about this donation, which sought to influence the Prime Minister? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times in this House, for 10 years, I've had no direct or indirect ties to the foundation which bears my father's name. As for committee, the member knows full well that committees decide independently who will appear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister takes Canadians for fools. He really thinks Canadians are going to believe that he has no ties to the Trudeau Foundation? Trudeau Foundation donors pay for his vacation. His own brother facilitated and signed off on a donation from China to the foundation, a donation whose goal was to influence the Prime Minister. So if the Prime Minister is speaking the truth and has nothing to hide, will he then support a motion to call Alexander Trudeau to appear before a parliamentary committee to answer questions? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I've already answered this question. As everyone here knows, for 10 years now, I've had no direct or indirect involvement with the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation. So we should ask ourselves, though, why the Conservatives insist on spending their time attacking me and my family rather than talking about the budget, for instance, rather than talking about issues Canadians are dealing with every day. We here on this side are here to support Canadians through our grocery rebate, through dental care support, through our initiatives and programs which will help Canadians right away. The Leader of the Opposition. This bureaucracy, though, costs $20 billion more a year. That translates to $1,300 per Canadian family in additional costs because of the government's spending. And what are they getting for all this spending? Fewer services. Public servants are striking. Taxpayers can't even get answers to their questions before filing their taxes on Monday. Taxpayers are not receiving services in exchange for their money. So should taxpayers themselves declare a strike? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservative Party, on this side of the House, we support workers. We support unions in the important work that they do. We know that public servants offer important services to Canadians. The government values their work, especially during the past few years, which have been difficult. That's why we're working around the clock to reach a deal that will be fair for public servants and reasonable for taxpayers. We will continue to make sure that everyone at the bargaining table takes their work seriously, and we will solve this issue the right way. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
A bureaucracy that costs $20 billion more per year. That's $1,300 per Canadian family, a 50% increase. And for what? For immigration services not being delivered, for veterans who can't get answers to their requests, and now taxpayers who won't be able to get answers to their tax questions before the filing deadline on Monday. Given that Canadian taxpayers are not getting the services they pay for, is it time for them to go on strike as well?
Honourable Prime Minister.
We'll take no lessons from the Conservative Party of Canada, whose approach on services to Canadians was to close Veterans Affairs offices, cuts with services to women, to fight with the unions, including with legislation that was anti-union, like 525 and 377, which that member voted in favour of, or furthermore, continuing to put cuts across the board. We've stepped up to support Canadians. Our public service stepped up to help Canadians through the pandemic, and now we're in negotiations to make sure we get the right deal for them and the right deal for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This guy is so out of touch. Here we have 150,000 people on strike, the biggest federal strike in Canadian history. Canadians can't get their services. Meanwhile, their housing costs have doubled and crime is ravaging through our streets. And what is he going to do today? Well, start spreading the news. He's leaving today. He wants to be a part of it. New York, New York. Mr. Speaker.
Remind the honourable members that singing is not allowed. Whether it's good or bad, it's not allowed.
These are small-time blues. They're melting away. I'll make a new start of it in old New York. Mr. Speaker, I can't sing very well, but at least I pay for my hotel rooms. Will he pay for his hotel costs when he goes to New York tonight?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past number of years, we've spent time across the world promoting Canada, promoting Canadian workers. We've been talking about the leadership on environmental responsibility, the reconciliation with Indigenous people.
I'm going to have to interrupt the Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition's got everyone excited. I just want everybody to calm down, take a deep breath, and listen to the answer, please. The Right Honourable Prime Minister from the top so we can all hear the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past number of years, as Canadians know, we've been talking about what we've been doing here in Canada, singing the praises, quite literally, of Canadian workers, of Canadian companies, of Canadian know-how. As we lead on fight against climate change, as we step up on Indigenous reconciliation, as we invest in the middle class with measures like dental care and cuts to the middle class taxes that the Conservatives voted against, and that has led to companies like Volkswagen, like Michelin, like others investing in Canada because they see what we're doing. We will continue to promote Canada and Canadian workers right across the country.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Please, Mr. Speaker, for heaven's sake, don't let MPs sing. But I have another request. Here's a question. So they say that the Prime Minister has had no direct or indirect ties to the Trudeau Foundation for 10 years. Well, remind me not to go to his Christmas party, because it must be rather tense. We know that there were 5 deputy ministers in the Prime Minister's office to talk to the Prime Minister's family foundation, the Trudeau Foundation. Now, a Prime Minister can't allow himself to be ignorant. The Prime Minister must have been curious. So what was decided at that meeting? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we've already answered in this House, neither myself nor my staff took part in the meeting. The meeting occurred with public servants in a building in which public servants work. The member across the way perhaps does not understand. Perhaps he doesn't understand because there was a misunderstanding after 10 years of Harper government, a misunderstanding of where the line is between the government and the public servants, and where the line is for the PMO. But we keep the PMO separate from the public service, and we will continue to do the work Canadians expect us to do. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, we have a Prime Minister who is bragging about being ignorant, unaware. What can this lead up to? Now, he is credible. We can believe him when he says he's ignorant, but if he wants to remain ignorant, if he's not asking any questions, that's a whole other problem. He is demonstrating, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister should not participate in the decision on who should lead the necessary investigation about Chinese interference in Canada. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Speaker? A quick reminder. I would like to remind members that it's a fine line between calling someone a name and referring to something. I'd like to remind members to please be careful about what they're doing. I know everyone here is very competent and thinks carefully about what they say, so I wanted to issue this reminder to please not call each other names. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We all know full well the Bloc Québécois' stance on Canadian institutions. Here's the reality, though. These unfounded, baseless attacks on the integrity of a man like David Johnston, our former Governor General, are not worthy of this place. He is a man who worked tirelessly, heart and soul, to serve our country. He was always of the utmost integrity, and that's why he's the right person to be our independent expert to look into the very important matter of foreign interference. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Mr. Speaker, with each passing day of the strike, we see the Liberal government's true face, and it ain't pretty. The workers want something very simple. They want their salary to keep pace with inflation. This government, though, is not giving workers what they want and need. Will the Prime Minister wake up, shoo his minister out of the way, do his job, and intervene to get a fair deal for these workers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I must admit that I'm confused. Confused to have to explain to an NDP member how bargaining works. Bargaining has had some strikes. There have been some difficulties, some challenges at the bargaining table for the past 8 days, but everyone is working productively and constructively. In fact, government negotiators have just put an offer on the table that meets the recommendations of a third-party expert, so this is a great action. Negotiations are moving forward. That's how things go when one respects unions. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
If the Minister was serious about respecting these workers, he wouldn't be jetting off to New York at a time when we have the biggest strike in our country's history.
Absolutely.
That doesn't show respect to workers. Workers aren't buying it. We're not buying it. If the Prime Minister was serious about this, he could show some leadership and certainly not allow the minister that put us in this mess to continue to do this work. So will the Prime Minister accept that this is serious, it requires the full attention of government, then he's got to get serious about getting a contract for these workers now.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I do find it a little odd that I'm having to explain to a member of the NDP how collective bargaining works, but sometimes it takes time. And that work that's being done constructively at the negotiation table, including the fact that we put forward just yesterday an offer that aligns exactly with the recommendations of a third-party expert in this issue, that is the basis for a good deal moving forward that both respects our public servants and is fair for taxpayers. That's what we're going to continue to work on.
Hear, hear.
That's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Prime Minister can't believe he's having to explain to the Leader of the NDP, talking down to a member of his own coalition government just demonstrates how arrogant and out of touch this Prime Minister has become. Today, for example, he'll hop on his private jet and fly off on vacation to hang out with the stars and give speeches, self-important and self-indulgent speeches at Canadian taxpayers' expense. All the while, he's putting in place a 41-cent a litre carbon tax that will cost the average family $1,500 more. Why doesn't he axe the trip and axe the tax?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
$976, Mr. Speaker. That's what an average family of four in that member's riding will be getting this year with the climate action incentive. That's because not only are we moving forward with a price on pollution that helps fight climate change, but we're giving money back to average families across the country in jurisdictions where it applies that leave 8 out of 10 of them better off. This is how we both fight climate change and support families while, Mr. Speaker, drawing in global investments like Michelin, like Volkswagen, like others who want to be part of Canadian workers' successes.
Leader of the Opposition.
When he said $900 and something, I thought for a moment that was the price of his New York hotel room. I thought, no, that can't be true. It'll be in the thousands. But Mr. Speaker, he's spreading disinformation again. He promised he was going to censor misinformation. Why doesn't he censor himself? Because look at the information coming from the parliamentary budget officer he appointed, which demonstrates that the average Canadian will spend at least $1,500 more in taxes than they get back in rebates. The Liberals call this report a prop. It's from the parliamentary budget officer, the one they appointed. They're called facts. Will he finally listen to them?
I feel like I'm explaining a lot today. If you're reading from something like I'm reading right now, it's something. It's a resource. It's a source. If I hold it up like this, it's a prop, and nobody wants to hold up a prop. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell you he wasn't reading from the PBO report because the PBO report has actually decried the fact that it is being misinterpreted deliberately, indeed, by the Conservatives. The reality is, and the report is very clear, 8 out of 10 families in jurisdictions where the price on pollution applies do better with this price on pollution. But what the Leader of the Opposition doesn't want to talk about is the fact that having no plan, as he doesn't, to fight climate change is not going to create jobs for Canadians, not create growth for the economy, and not leave Canadians better off in the coming years.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, it's now clear why he wants to censor the internet, Mr. Speaker. He doesn't want Canadians to go and find out which of us is telling the truth. It would be very easy for them. I encourage them to Google a distributional analysis of the federal fuel charge on the 2030 emissions reduction plan. Page 3. If you're out there watching, Google it now. You will see the Prime Minister is deliberately misinforming the House of Commons by stating that Canadians will be better off when clearly the average household will pay more than $1,500 more in taxes than they get back. Would the Prime Minister like me to have one of the pages send this document over so that he can read it?
The Right Honourable Leader of the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government would still choose, the Conservative opposition still chooses to contend that there is no cause for inaction
Get used to it. Goodbye. See you later.
I want to remind the honourable members to maybe take direction from their whip. Just look at her or him, I mean, like, and just listen. You're good? Okay, I got your word for it. Good, I'll take their word for it. The Right Honourable Prime Minister from the top.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party of Canada continues to refuse to understand that you cannot have a plan for the future of the economy if you do not have a plan to fight climate change. They are continuing to choose to mislead Canadians, to confuse the issue, and to harm workers across this country. If Volkswagen chose to come to invest in Canada, if Rio Tinto is making investments in Canada, if ArcelorMittal is investing in Hamilton, these are things that are happening because of the leadership Canadians, Canadian government, Canadian workers are showing in tackling climate change and building a stronger future.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he does not have an environmental plan. He has a tax plan. Since he brought in the carbon tax, he has not succeeded in reaching a single solitary emissions reduction target. That is because taxing people for something they have no choice but to use does not change the environment, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have to drive, they have to heat their homes, but this Prime Minister chooses to put the burden on the working class, 60% of whom will pay more in taxes than they get back in rebates, instead of putting it on himself. Why doesn't he cancel his hypocritical, high-flying lifestyle and the tax at the same time?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has a significant task ahead of him in convincing Canadians over the next couple of years that it would be better for them if we didn't fight climate change, if we didn't show leadership on the environment, if we didn't show investments in cleaner technologies, convincing people in St. Thomas that it is a waste of money to be investing in the Volkswagen plant. These are the kinds of things that he's going to have to try and convince Canadians of, and all the fancy rhetoric he tries to use will not fool Canadians. The reality is Canadians know environment and economy go together.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The big task I have ahead is cleaning up the mess that he will leave behind. Parade for him because he's made another promise. This is the guy who said he spent billions of dollars on the infrastructure bank, hasn't completed a single project. He said it would only cost $7 billion to build the Trans Mountain Pipeline. It's up to $30 billion, and it's not even built. He said his $89 billion of spending on housing affordability would make things affordable. House prices have doubled. Why is it that the more he spends, the worse things get?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Conservative instinct is to cut. That's what the Conservative Party has always done. That's what the Conservative government did in years past, whether it was cutting veteran services, cutting initiatives that supported and fought child poverty, cutting housing programs, cutting pensions, cutting everything they could, because that somehow would lead to growth. Well, it didn't, Mr. Speaker. What has led to growth was investing in the middle class and people working hard to join it, cutting taxes for the middle class and raising them on the wealthiest 1%. The Conservatives voted against. Most recently, delivering dental care for low-income Canadian kids. Conservatives voted against. We will continue to be there for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Continues to be in the way of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. He wants to bring in a 41-cent a litre tax on Nova Scotians that he claims will help the environment. Meanwhile, a project that actually would have helped the environment, the Sustainable Marine Project, which would have used tidal energy, the waves of the ocean, to generate electricity, that project has been cancelled because the Prime Minister's federal bureaucracy was too slow and incompetent to approve it. Now the company's getting up and leaving. So how does this sound? Why doesn't he get out of the way of Nova Scotians, let them generate clean electricity, and cancel the carbon tax on their back?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've worked with provinces and initiatives and proponents across the country on historic investments in clean energy, in transition towards decarbonizing our traditional energy sources. This is what we will continue to do to ensure that Canada is ready for the opportunities and the investments that are coming in to create great jobs for workers right across the country. That's what our budget is focused on, creating those great jobs for the middle class in critical minerals, in manufacturing, in CCUS, in energy, in a range of things that are going to position Canada as that supplier of energy and resources the net zero world needs.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I don't have anything against Mr. Johnston personally, but if I'm remembering correctly, he was the commissioner of a debate when the leader of the debate called Quebecers racist and refused to apologize. We all remember that. Mr. Johnston is connected to the Trudeau Foundation. The Trudeau Foundation sought a donation from the University of Montreal, and the brother of Mr. Trudeau signed off on the donation from China. 30 members of the foundation recently resigned. Now, I don't know whether the Prime Minister is ignorant or not. He is a great actor and comedian, but does he ignore that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I know that it might surprise everyone in this House, but apparently, surprise, the Bloc Québécois doesn't like David Johnston. Fine. Well, David Johnston has proven his integrity and dedication to Canada, not throughout a few years of service, but throughout decades of service in our institutions. He is exactly the right person to investigate independently all the infrastructure and programs that we have to fight against foreign interference. He is the right person to ensure Canadians that we are doing what we should. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Not directly related to the Trudeau Foundation. Well, the Trudeau Foundation is a Liberal incubator for everyone who runs in Liberal circles, even for people who don't know that and now regret their ties to the foundation, such as former scholarship recipients. The Prime Minister and his close circle tolerate interference. They tolerate issues with our institutions. Doesn't the Prime Minister realize that when he talks about that Chinese Prime Minister, it's all just a joke? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We know the Bloc Québécois is gleeful to attack the legacy of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, of everything that my father accomplished. But here's the reality, Mr. Speaker. We will always promote intelligent debate in this country. That is something the Foundation is doing. I can't say more because, as the member knows full well, it's been 10 years that I've had no direct or indirect engagement with the Trudeau Foundation. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is continuing his crusade against Indigenous hunters and farmers as well. He is attacking them by trying to ban hunting weapons. Does he really think that hunters in the Saguenay are responsible for the shooting in Montreal? That makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. He should go after true criminals instead of Indigenous peoples and hunters in our regions. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the spokesperson of the American Firearms Association is saying nonsense. Next month will mark the 3rd year of our elimination of assault-style rifles in Canada. It is now illegal to buy or sell them. But the Conservative Party of Canada wants to bring back assault weapons. We won't allow it. That's why I ask everyone in this House to support Bill C-21 when it comes before this House. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The demagoguery of a Prime Minister that divides to distract. He calls Indigenous Canadians in Nunavut who hunt for sustenance Americans. He calls our patriotic farmers who use rifles for pest control Americans. He calls decent, hardworking, law-abiding citizens who've never broken a law in their lives Americans because they disagree with his plan to ban hunting rifles. Will he stop dividing to distract and start going after the real criminals?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the length to which the Leader of the Opposition will go to try and pretend that he is not in the pocket of the NRA is quite humorous. The reality is the talking points they put out there are completely disconnected from any reality. 3 years ago, we made the decision to render assault-style weapons in this country, weapons designed to kill the largest number of people as quickly as possible, illegal in our communities. We banned them from being bought, sold, or used. This is what we are continuing with. This is what he stands against.
The Leader of the Opposition
Is he put all the resources into going after licensed, law-abiding, trained and tested firearms owners who are statistically the least likely people to commit a crime. Meanwhile, he has turned loose onto our streets repeat violent offenders who have committed literally dozens of violent offenses. In Vancouver, under his bail regime, the same 40 people had to be arrested 6,000 times. That is what he has brought to our streets. Crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder. Why won't he start going after the real criminals with a common sense Justin Blair?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
If the Conservative Party was serious about going after crime, they would support our freeze on handguns. They would support the fact that we have banned assault-style weapons, and that is something that they continue to avoid, to dodge, to spread misinformation and disinformation on. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we've continued to invest in police when the Conservative government before me cut services and funding to police. They cut services to CBSA. They cut initiatives that actually kept Canadians safe, and now they're just in the pockets of the NRA.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It is he banned BB guns and paint guns and the hunting rifles of Indigenous and rural Canadians. But you know what? Enough about. Let's just have the facts. Under the Conservative government, violent crime went down 22%. Under this Prime Minister, it's gone up 32%. 92% increase in violent gang crime under this Prime Minister. These are the facts. Will he listen to the facts and the common sense and go after the real violent criminals instead of targeting law-abiding rifle owners and hunters?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Opposite wants to look at numbers. You should perhaps look at the number of assault-style weapons purchased by Canadians under the 10 years of Stephen Harper's government, and you would see the challenges we're facing right now. The fact is, Mr.
Sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt the Right Honourable Prime Minister again. I'm having a hard time hearing his answer. I know there's some people who get excited when we talk about certain items. I just want them to take a deep breath. Okay, now that everybody's taken that breath, the Right Honourable Prime Minister from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, you cannot be serious about keeping our communities safe if you stand against gun control. And that's consistently what the Conservatives have done by spreading misinformation and disinformation when we are going after assault-style weapons and putting a freeze on handguns and not going after law-abiding hunters and fishers. They are using that to try and scare people when the reality is keeping Canadians safe requires a multifaceted approach. It means investing more in CBSA, which has cut more than in half the number of interdicted double the number of interdicted guns coming across the border.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Public service workers have been waiting for over 2 years for a fair contract. Liberals like to talk a lot about workers' rights, but when they offer workers in the public sector what is effectively a pay cut, when they're asking for salaries that keep up with inflation, they're no better than Conservatives. That's right. So will the Prime Minister get serious about these workers, cancel his trip, and get these workers a fair contract?
Hear, hear. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we take serious seriously the responsibility of engaging constructively with labor unions. That's why we are right now at the negotiating table. That's why our negotiators have put forward an offer that is actually aligned perfectly with the recommendation of third-party experts as a pathway to solution, and it is certainly something that we're going to be able to build on together, see built on at the negotiating table. We have full confidence, not just in our negotiators and our minister, Mr. Speaker, but in the union negotiators who are fighting for better opportunities for their folks, and we know that that's how you get to the right deal at the table.
That's right.
That's it.
Honourable member for Burnaby South.
This is starting to get ridiculous. In our country, Galen Weston earns over 430 times what the median income of an employee at that company.
I'm sorry. Stop. 1 second. We can start from the top, please. Appreciate it. And we'll just ask everybody to keep it down. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
This situation and the Conservatives are getting ridiculous. We've got a situation where Galen Weston is earning over 430 times what the median income of an employee at his company is making, and the Prime Minister wants to do nothing about that. But a janitor working in the public service can't even have a salary that keeps up with inflation. What is going on with that picture? I know that the janitor can't offer the Prime Minister a fancy vacation, but the Prime Minister should agree that that janitor deserves respect. Will he cancel his trip and negotiate a fair contract for these workers?
Hear, hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one of the very first things, the very first thing we did when we came to office was lower taxes for the middle class and raise them on the wealthy. It's 1%. Unfortunately, not just the Conservatives voted against that, the NDP voted against that back when we first got elected. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to step up for the middle class. We will continue to invest in things like childcare, like dental care, like public health care, like supports for seniors, like supports for students. We know that you build a strong economy from the bottom up and the center out. That's exactly what we're doing.
Okay, everybody's excited today. And what I found worked in the past is I have a list here that's been worked on by both sides. But, you know, the only tools I have is I can work with this list. I can follow it, but I can bounce around wherever. So whoever's canceling the noise, the folks in the back at the end of the list, you might want to prepare because you may be called on for a question. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, workers and families in southwestern Ontario still remember the Ford plant in St. Thomas, Ontario being shuttered in 2011. It put thousands out of work, and it left the region's once thriving auto sector on life support. These types of closures were just all too common under the Harper Conservatives, which is one reason why this week's historic announcement with Volkswagen has come to them as such welcome news. Of course, Mr. Speaker, not everyone in this chamber welcomed this historic investment. While Conservatives may choose to attack this deal, can the Prime Minister update the House on what it means for our communities, our economy, and our environment?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Guelph for his important question and his extraordinary hard work. That's it. Volkswagen's decision to build their first North American battery facility in Canada is a generational investment in jobs and clean growth. The plant will create thousands of direct and tens of thousands indirect jobs in St. Thomas and across Canada's battery and EV ecosystems. While the Leader of the Opposition continues to bet against Canada and our workers and prefers to call it a waste, on this side, we will continue to push for a strong economy, good-paying jobs, and cleaner air.
That's right. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The average Canadian household would have to spend 63% of their pre-tax income to make monthly payments on the average home, something that's mathematically impossible. Some are now having to pay $2,400 to rent a room in a townhouse, not the townhouse, a room, and the privilege of having 5 or 6 other roommates with them after house prices and housing costs have doubled under this Prime Minister. How did he spend so much to achieve such bad results?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
After 10 years of a Conservative government underinvesting in housing, if investing at all, we brought forward in 2017 a national housing strategy that has created new opportunities for millions of Canadians to get into homes. We've continued to invest in things like the Housing Accelerator that works with municipalities to create hundreds of thousands of new homes over the coming years. We're doubling housing stock, housing creation in this housing over the next 10 years with investments like the Rapid Housing Accelerator, with direct supports for home buyers, with tax-free savings accounts. There is no one silver bullet on this, but we're delivering them all.
The Leader of the Opposition.
He's got an accelerator. Well, I've got news for him. You can't live in an accelerator, Mr. Speaker. You have to live in a house or apartment. And under his leadership, the cost of the average two-bedroom apartment has doubled from $1,172 to $2,205. The cost of an average mortgage payment has doubled to over $3,000. And now the share of your monthly income you have to spend to own the average home is 2/3, by far a record-smashing number. Again, how did he spend so much to achieve such horrible results for home buyers?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Over the past 8 years, we have consistently invested in programs and supports for Canadians that have delivered many more opportunities for people, but we know there is more to do. But Canadians are free to contrast our multi-layered, broad approach on investing in housing with what the Conservative MPs got elected on in the last election, a promise to give a tax break to landlords who sold their buildings. That was the entirety of the housing plan in the last election from the Conservative Party of Canada. We will continue to have real approaches that work for Canadians.
That's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
His main criticism against the Conservative government is that our housing programs were not expensive enough. Right? If only it had been more expensive to taxpayers, then it would have been a better program, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it's true. This Prime Minister is the heavyweight champion of government spending. The problem is he keeps delivering the worst possible results. House price costs have doubled under this Prime Minister. And then they're more expensive for the taxpayers who have to fund his incompetent programs at the same time. So why doesn't instead as you stop wasting the money, start delivering more houses?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative politicians still think you can cut your way to growth, because that's what they tried for 10 years under Stephen Harper and failed, and that's what they're continuing to propose now. Cuts and austerity. You can cut your way to new jobs for Canadians. You can cut your way to fighting climate change. You can cut your way to Indigenous reconciliation. Well, you can't, Mr. Speaker. And the Conservative Party continues to cling to a trickle-down austerity approach that does not work for the middle class and people working hard to join it. That's where we will stay focused, and we'll take no lessons from them.
No lessons. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Let's look at the results. Under the previous Conservative government, the average mortgage payment on the average home newly purchased was $1,400. Now, 8 years later, it's $3,200. Wow. He has delivered a 100% increase in mortgage costs, all while bringing in an $89 billion taxpayer-funded boondoggle in the housing program. So that, once again, why won't he end the government waste, get out of the way so that we can build affordable housing in this country?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to see the Leader of the Opposition get up again and explain to Canadians how great the 2008 recession was for people in Canada, for people around the world. Because that's exactly what he's saying. That's exactly what he's saying, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is the cuts, the austerity, the trickle-down approach that Conservatives always put forward failed Canadians. That's why we've invested in the middle class and people working hard to join it, to create economic growth, to create jobs, to lift people out of poverty, to create a plan to fight climate change and build a future. That's what we're going to continue to do, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, a week ago,
employees of the public service went on strike. It is more than time for the Prime Minister to take charge of this file. The current conflict was coming for some time, since 2021. They did not have a collective agreement in place. The Prime Minister's intervention is now necessary to get to a fast solution so that everyone can benefit. When will he sit down at the negotiation table? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Among government negotiators and union representatives, everyone is working in good faith at the negotiating table, and that's where everything happens. The government did put forward a proposal that lines up with recommendations from a third party who said that it was the right way to go. We put that proposal forward. It is certainly a base that we can use where we can hope to find an agreement in the days to come. We will continue to work while fully respecting, while working entirely with workers and unions, because that is what we do. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, he's not taking it seriously. The Prime Minister is hiding. He's letting this crisis go on, just like he let the crisis with passports and Roxham Road, the crisis with workers during the pandemic. Every time he lets a crisis go on, everybody else pays the prices. Workers, Quebecers, everyone except him. Will he, for once, be proactive, respond to the calls of unions, and sit down at the negotiating table? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we do. Our negotiators are putting forward responsible proposals. We are working in good faith with unions. And we hope to be able to resolve this challenge soon, because yes, Canadians are expecting to get services from officials, as officials have delivered over the last years, which were difficult. We're going to find the right agreement for taxpayers and for public servants, and that is the work we're doing together right now. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Deficits are driving up interest and mortgage rates on home buyers, and government gatekeepers are preventing home construction. We rank second last for housing permit times in all of the OECD, and we have the fewest houses per capita in the G7, even though we have the most land to build on. That is the Prime Minister's record. His solution is to give tens of billions of dollars more to the same municipal gatekeepers in order to block construction again. Why doesn't he link the infrastructure dollars the feds give to the cities to the number of houses that actually get built?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one thing we know the Leader of the Opposition is good at is picking fights, because that's exactly what he's proposing to do with municipalities. We choose instead to work collaboratively with them, to recognize the important role that municipalities across this country play in delivering housing, in accelerating the processes. That's the way to get things done. Through the pandemic, it was orders of government working together that supported Canadians. It is respect for municipalities that keeps us moving forward, and that's what we're going to continue to do. We remember well when that member was in government. The fact is there were constant fights with municipalities. We're delivering.
Leader of the Opposition.
When Canadians are forced to live in tents or spend $2,500 to rent a single room in a townhouse or stuck in their parents' basement until they're 35 years old, you better believe I'm going to fight for more housing. It'd be nice if he fought for someone other than himself and his gatekeeper friends. His solution is to build up these municipal gatekeeping bureaucracies with federal deficit finance tax dollars. That means that it will be even slower to get anything built. Why doesn't he link the number of dollars that cities get for infrastructure to the number of houses they allow to get built?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we remember well that member's approach on fighting with municipalities, fighting with experts, fighting with Elections Canada, fighting with anyone he could. And did that deliver for Canadians? Absolutely not, Mr. Speaker. Right now, he's fighting against local news for Canadians. What does he have against local Canadians, against local municipalities? The reality is we will continue to be there to work collaboratively, to build a stronger future, to invest in the kinds of things that are delivering for Canadians, while he continues to propose cuts and fights that lead nowhere.
That's right.
Leader of the Opposition.
Actually, I delivered housing costs that were half of what they are right now. Those are the results. Sometimes you have to fight for the people, the common people, and rely on the common sense of the common people to get things done, Mr. Speaker. Right now, we have the biggest housing bubble in the G7, even though we have the most land per capita to build on. The solution is to incentivize municipalities to speed up permits so that we can build more homes. Why doesn't he link the number of dollars cities get for infrastructure to the number of houses they allow to get built, require every federally funded transit station have housing around it, and sell off federal buildings to build homes that people can afford?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
He wants to pretend he fights for ordinary Canadians, but he's not fighting for St. Thomas right now. No. He's not fighting for communities that need investment, that need opportunities to build those communities, to be there, to support schools and after-school programs and hospitals and businesses in the kind of ecosystem that gets when you have a big investment like Volkswagen Landing once again. After the Ford plant left under his leadership, we're moving forward on delivering for Canadians. And one of the great ways to make sure Canadians can better afford their homes is to have good paying jobs, which again, with their attacks on unions and the middle class, they're not going to deliver.
The Honourable Député d'Halifax West.
Monsieur le Président, nos communautés.
Mr. Speaker, our official language minority communities are facing several challenges. As the former Minister for la Francophonie, at the provincial level, I see the needs for investments to deal with labor shortages. This morning, I had the pleasure of attending the disclosure of the new action plan on official languages, which will set out a roadmap for the next 5 years. Can the Prime Minister inform this House about what this plan includes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I thank the member for Halifax West for the question and for her hard work. This morning, we revealed our new action plan on official languages. It includes historic investments to protect and promote our official languages. With this plan, we're investing more than $4 billion in targeted areas like Francophone immigration, education, and the shortage in bilingual labor. Rather than making cuts, our government is standing up for linguistic minorities throughout the country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
When a family has to pay $2,500 just for a room in a house, when 1.5 million Canadians are using food banks, some are looking for medical assistance and dying because they are too poor to keep living. He charged $6,000 for a hotel room in London. Could he show a little respect for people who are paying his bills and announce today that he's going to pay that $6,000 back for the hotel rooms in London? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, while the leader of the Conservative Party keeps focusing on attacks on me, I will continue to tackle the challenges that Canadians are facing. That's why with Budget 2023, we announced reimbursement for groceries that will help about 1 million Canadians. It will give them some assistance to deal with rising costs of food. We're setting up dental care for Canadians that have medium and low incomes who don't have insurance, because we know that's something that improves quality of life and takes pressure off family budgets. We'll continue to be there while the Conservatives keep voting against these measures. The Leader of the Opposition.
5 million people to the food bank, forcing families to spend $2,500 to rent a single room in a townhouse. and causing the highest food price inflation in a generation. He's off to New York to celebrate again. This is the same Prime Minister who spent $6,000 on a single hotel room for a single night at taxpayers' expense. Shameful. Will he show a little decency and announce today that he will pay that $6,000 back to Canadian taxpayers?
Honourable Prime Minister.
While the member opposite continues to make misleading, unfounded personal attacks on me, I will continue to focus on delivering for Canadians. Things that he doesn't want to talk about, like the dental care benefits that they voted against that are delivering dental services to 250,000 kids so far and keep going. Why they don't want to talk about the $10 a day childcare that's being delivered in 6 out of 13 provinces and territories right now, with childcare fees cut in half, saving thousands of dollars for average families across the country. These are the things we're going to continue to invest in.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he's already admitted that it was him that stayed in that $6,000 a night room. He tried to cover it up for months, but he got caught. And now Canadians know that while they're eating at food banks, while they're skipping meals, while they're crammed into one bedroom in a townhouse, he's spending $6,000 of their tax dollars per night on a single room. I will make him a deal. I will never raise this issue again if he stands today and announces he will pay the money back. Will he do that for Canadians?
Prime Minister.
Speaker, it's interesting to see the lengths to which the Conservative leader will go to not talk about our budget, to not talk about childcare, which he stands against. Childcare that has saved hundreds of dollars a month for Canadians across this country, and he won't talk about it because he's ideologically opposed to childcare, or at least some of his team is. He won't talk about dental care being delivered for low-income Canadian kids. These are things that he voted against as well, things that are helping Canadians. These are things that he will continue to stand against and look for anything he can do to talk about anything else other than things that help Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Months after an election where pensions were never mentioned, Stephen Harper in 2012 shocked the world when he announced at the World Economic Forum
Order.
We ask him to pay it back. Be quiet.
I just want to point out that just because there's no questions left today for certain people doesn't mean there's no carryover to the next one, to scrambling them a bit. Might be the new process we have to go to. The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's right. He shocked the world at the World Economic Forum, saying that major transformations were coming to seniors' pensions. Well, this meant raising the age of retirement from 65 to 67 and forcing vulnerable Canadians to work longer before having access to their hard-earned pensions. Can the Prime Minister please update the House on what our government has done to fix that reckless mistake, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I want to thank the member from Mississauga Lakeshore for his question, his tireless advocacy, and his hard work. Indeed, one of the very first things we did when we took office was to cancel the Harper Conservatives' plan for seniors and bring the age of retirement back down to 65. Instead of cutting OAS and GIS payments as they did, we raised them, and that led us to having the lowest poverty rates among seniors in the world. And now we're trying to get the new grocery rebate legislation through the Senate to make life more affordable for seniors. Well, we hope that the partisanship of today's Conservative Party in the Senate will not be an obstacle in helping Canadians retire with financial security.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you. À un moment donné, ça devient
At some point, it just gets ridiculous. A firefighter who works for the government asks for a pay raise to keep up with inflation and pay the rent, dealing with unprecedented inflation, and The Prime Minister, hand on heart, tells us how hard things are. The facts show he doesn't understand anything. It's just a bad play. Will this Prime Minister finally take the situation seriously, cancel his trip outside the country, and do the work that's required to get to a fair contract for workers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we've put forward an offer at the negotiating table through our negotiators. It presents a level of compensation that is in line with what a third-party expert recommended as a good solution. It's a good starting point for negotiations over the coming days. The work will continue. At the same time, I have to highlight that one of the first things we did was to lower taxes for the middle class and raise them for the wealthiest 1%. And the NDP did vote with the Conservatives against that measure. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, everyone knows just how important the student employment program is to support community organization day camps, small businesses, and farming businesses. It's also essential for our youth so that they can have opportunities in various sectors to engage with the labor force. That's even more true with the inflationary crisis and the shortage of labor we're experiencing now. The Prime Minister and the Liberal government brags about supporting youth. I would like him to explain why this year budgets and subsidies for student employment were cut by a third. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, we boosted youth employment programs to help. Now that the worst part of the pandemic crisis is over, we are coming back to the levels that we had pre-pandemic. We've invested, however, in different programs to help youth. Youth no longer have to pay interest on their student loans, on federal student loans, rather. There's been significant investments in programs and bursaries for them. We'll continue to be there for youth, but I want to thank my colleague for his excellent question. That's all the time we have for questions today.
That's all the time we have for question period today.
Order first. I'm now prepared to rule on a point of order raised on April 25th, and I'll get back to you. That was raised by the member for Sherbrooke Park, Fort Saskatchewan, concerning the statement made the same day about the monarchy. L'article 18
Rule 18 of the Rules of Procedure states, and I quote, "No member shall speak disrespectfully of the sovereign or of any other member of the royal family, or of the Governor-General, or of the person administering the Government of Canada." End of quote. As stated on page 431 of the third edition of House Procedure and Usage, during statements by members, as long as guidelines are followed, I quote, "Members who are not ministers can speak during their turn for at most 1 minute about more or less any subject of international, national, provincial, or local interest." End of quote.
Respect these guidelines, and they may touch on the institution of the monarchy itself or its institutional role in our system of government. As has always been the case, they cannot, however, contain disrespectful remarks directed at the sovereign. After having considered the matter, the chair finds that the statement respected the guidelines for statements by members and Standing Order 18. I thank the member for their attention. The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to table with the House page 3 of the Parliamentary Budget Officer's latest carbon tax report, that shows the carbon tax will cost Canadians more than they get back in rebates. And because we know this is factual, we know we'll have unanimous support.
It's helpful, yes.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I'm afraid we don't have unanimous support. Any other points of order? Nothing. Comme il est 15h25.
It being 3:25, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-288 under private members' business. Call in the members.
Already here.
La question.
The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Morantz, move that Bill C-288, an act to amend the Telecommunication Act, transparent and accurate broadband service information, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes pour.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We will start with the sponsor of the item. We'll now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row on my left.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Motts.
Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Miss Rampel Gardner.
Rampel Gardner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Miss Barron.
Quatrième rang.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lord Minster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Miss Kazan.
Kazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Troisième rangée.
Third row on my left.
Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Miss Gledoux.
Miss Gledoux.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Beaulieu. Correction, Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Albultaif.
Mr. Albultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
First row on my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui
All those at my right who in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Henley.
Mr. Henley.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Fifth row on my right.
Field. Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Alday.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Fourth row on my right in favor.
Mr. Fonseca. Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmarchik.
Mr. Kuzmarchik.
Miss O'Connell.
O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row on my right.
Mrs. Vandendyke.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Lalonde.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Second row on my right.
Miss Groh. Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Première rangée à ma droite.
First row on my right.
Mr. O'Regan. Miss Bennett. Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Madame Pitspot-Taylor.
Madame Pitspot-Taylor.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Cinquième rangée. Fourth row. Troisième rangée. Second row. Première rangée. Que tous ceux à ma droite qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Fifth row. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Third row. Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
First row. La Chambre attendra maintenant la...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
That the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de...
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 317, 317. Nays contre 0, aucun.
Motion carried.
Pursuant to the order made, The House will now proceed to the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-248 under private members' business.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Victoria moved that Bill C-248, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote. We'll start with the sponsor of the item.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle. Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Bragdon.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Miss Rampel Gardner.
Rampel Garner.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Miss Barron.
Barron.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse. Mr. Redicott. Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Miss Gazan.
Mr. Gauche.
Mr. Kelly.
Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Calkins.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Scrap Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Lewis Essex.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Albultaif.
Mr. Albultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Idlout.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row at my left.
Mr. Levan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Dancho. Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui appuient.
All those at my right who support the item will please rise.
Mr. Zuberi. Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Miss Hefner.
Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Miao.
Mrs. Valdez. Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Right.
Mr. Longfield. Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod. Mr. Sarai. Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Miss Latenzio.
Tanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my right.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Yakuno. Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Fisher. Mr. Kuzmarachuk.
Kuzmarachuk.
Miss O'Connell. Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Miss May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Miss Sahota.
Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Mr. Dugard.
Mr. Dugard.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Deuxième rangée à ma
Second row at my right.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bandayan.
Madame Bandayan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Desjarlais.
first row on my right.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Fourth row. Troisième.
Third row.
Second row. Première.
First row.
Que tous ceux à ma...
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Fifth row. Quatrième.
Fourth row.
Third row. Deuxième.
Second row.
First row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter,
if members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
N'en voyant pas, the table.
Seeing none.
The results of the vote.
Yeas pour 319, 319. Nays contre 1.
I declare the motion carried. The Honourable Opposition Whip is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations between the parties, and I think if you seek it, you will find there is unanimous consent to pass the third vote on division.
Opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. Wonderful. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Inform the House that because of deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 26 minutes. Tabling of documents. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 32(2) of the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act, certified copies of the reports of the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commissions for the provinces of Nova Scotia, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. Conformément à l'article 32.5.
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, these reports are deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Tabling of, or rather introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on International Trade in relation to Bill C-282, an act to amend the Department of Foreign Affairs Trade and Development Act, so-called the Supply Management. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the two following reports from the Standing Committee on Health. 12th report of the committee, entitled Main Estimates 2023-24, and the 13th report.
In relation to Bill C-252, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, prohibition of food and beverage marketing directed at children. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's no dissent. Presenting reports from committees. I don't see any more. No hands going up. We'll continue. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So once again, I'm tabling the petition on behalf of Canadians of Hazara heritage. This is a minority group from Afghanistan originally. They are very simply asking the government again to recognize the ongoing genocide and persecution of the Hazaras by the Taliban. As well, they're calling upon the government of Canada to prioritize Hazara refugees as part of the 40,000 Afghans being brought in by the end of this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of Seabird Island First Nation. On June 23, 2023, Bill C-28 received royal assent which allowed for extreme intoxication to be used as a defense for violent crimes like sexual assault, where, and I quote, a reasonable person would not have foreseen the risk of a violent loss of control. Residents are concerned by the impacts this will have on First Nation communities like theirs, which are often in rural areas underserved by law enforcement. They are calling on the Government of Canada to repeal the amendments made to the Criminal Code in Bill C-28 and uphold their commitment to protecting First Nations safety and a right to justice system that honors victims by holding offenders responsible for violent crimes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, I rise today to table a petition on behalf of St. Joseph's Parish here in Ottawa. The petition, which is regarding the overseas practices of Canada-owned extractive industries, was circulated across Canada by Development and Peace Caritas Canada, an organization that continues with the important mission of promoting social justice. I am honoured to present this petition on behalf of these concerned Canadians. I'd like to thank my constituent, Mr. Joe Gunn, for his continued hard work and dedication. Thank you for the opportunity to table this petition. I look forward to the government's response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to present a petition signed by Canadians. Some of Canada's most heinous killers have seen their sentences significantly reduced after the Liberals failed to respond to a Supreme Court of Canada decision that struck down a Harper Conservative law that gave judges the discretion to apply consecutive parole ineligibility periods to mass murderers to take into account each life lost. The petitioners are calling on this Liberal government to finally stand up for victims, invoke the notwithstanding clause, and override the Bissonnette decision.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is a petition on behalf of Hornby Islanders and Denman Islanders, and they're calling on the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Coast Guard to ensure that she uses all the restorative aims and tools in the Sustainable Fisheries Framework to ensure that any shellfish aquaculture facilities in Bain Sound Lambert Channel are ecosystem-based, and also that that First Nations are all of the applications are developed with First Nations, a co-management plan for Bain Sound Lambert Channel, that it's ensuring that it's area-based and ecosystem-based, respects and recognizes the unceded traditional territories of this location's unique area, as well as ensuring that they consider all other stakeholders when they take any applications for shellfish. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first was initiated by my constituent, Dr. Chris Kiefer, and it relates to Canada's nuclear know-how, and in particular, CANDU technology, what this represents in terms of Canadian expertise and what it represents in terms of getting us off of polluting types of energy forms. And what the petitioner is talking about is the fact that CANDU nuclear power was responsible for 90% of the power that helped our province of Ontario get off of coal burning in the last 15 years. The petition asks for the Government of Canada to include CANDU nuclear refurbishments and CANDU new build projects within the Clean Technology Investment Tax Credit. This is an important issue, and I thank Dr. Chris Kiefer for raising it. The second petition I have the honour of presenting in this House today is by my constituent, Leigh Rathby. And what she draws attention to with this important petition is the plight of tuberculosis, the fact that tuberculosis disproportionately affects Indigenous communities in Canada, the fact that the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated the TB crisis. And she calls on, in terms of this petition, a national working group to work on a national TB elimination strategy that will help eradicate TB, particularly its disproportionate impacts on Indigenous people in this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting the petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very strict with my ability to speak to petitions without saying if I'm for them or against them, but forgive me for saying this is heartbreaking. This petition, E4356, has 4,239 signatories begging the government not to do something it has now done. The petitioners ask that the government consider that Terminal 2 of the Roberts Bank establishment at the Fraser Estuary will destroy critical habitat for an estuary that has already lost more than 70% of its floodplain habitat. The Fraser Estuary supports 102 species considered at risk of extinction, including our southern resident killer whales, very highly endangered, the Fraser Chinook salmon, which are already listed under Schedule 1 of the Species at Risk Act. This is a transboundary species with international implications on the Pacific Salmon Treaty. The Federal Impact Assessment Agency identified irreversible impacts that Terminal 2 would have on these whales and on these salmon and on other wildlife, such as the particularly endangered western sandpiper. The petitioners asked the government, and particularly the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, to utilize the collective evidence that had been presented, peer-reviewed scientific research, and local conservation organizations' pleas to reject the proposed Roberts Bank Terminal 2. This brings new meaning to the word terminal.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition initiated by residents of Don Valley West. I want to thank Gilles Fecteau for his leadership on this issue. This petition calls on the Minister of Natural Resources to direct the Canada Energy Regulator to limit Canadian oil exports by requiring that they do not exceed Canada's current percentage of total world exports, and by banning the transfer of licenses for domestic consumption to export when Canada's domestic consumption declines. Protecting the environment is top of mind for many Don Valley West residents, and this petition reminds us of the importance of building a clean economy that works for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to present a petition on behalf of petitioners who make a very clear case. They state, first of all, that our economic and financial systems depend on a stable climate, and that the Bank of Canada recognizes that climate change poses a significant risk to the financial system and the economy. They go on to note that continued financial support for emissions-intensive activities, of course, increases future climate-related risks to the stability of financial systems. They note that there's been no significant legislative action on this matter in Canada, and that Bill S-243 and an act to amend the Climate Aligned Finance Act was already drafted based on consultation with national and international experts. They then call on the Government of Canada to support the principal concepts of the Climate Aligned Finance Act, of which I'll share just 2 of 7. First, to establish a duty for directors and officers of federal financial institutions to align with climate commitments, and to also ensure that climate expertise on certain boards of directors avoid conflicts of interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good one.
Presenting the petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to present petition 123613888. It's a petition of constituents of mine and Canadians across the country of Iranian descent who are being wrongfully profiled based on their background and birthplace while traveling to the United States with Canadian passports. These are folks that are being denied entry to the U.S. without explanation, despite previous incident-free entries. They're undergoing biometric screening, device searches, and questioning about their background, and compulsory conscription in Iran, leading to personal and professional distress for them and endangering their careers. Their partners and children, even those born in Canada, are also being unjustly flagged as travel risk and denied entry to the U.S. without explanation. The Transportation Security Administration has added these Canadians' names to travel risk list, which are also being shared with U.S. allies, leading to unreasonable secondary screenings for Canadians traveling to and from Canada, and deportation from other countries. And so they're calling upon the Government of Canada to ask the United States to provide reasons for unjust profiling of Canadians of Iranian descent and long administrative processing of aforementioned Canadians, to engage and negotiate with the U.S. Department of State to provide a mandate for impacted Canadian citizens of Iranian descent, similar to the exercise of authority under Federal Registration Volume 87, number 120, and to take action on the unjust security measures that Canadians face upon leaving and returning to their homes in Canada by removing the unjustified security flags. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentant cette pétition, presenting a petition, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm tabling a petition that's been signed by many residents of Winnipeg North, and they're asking for the Government of Canada to work with other stakeholders to look at how it is that we can expand international flights. With the growth of the Indo-Canadian community, the demand to see additional international flights going directly to India or some other country outside in Europe, if I can put it that way, is exceptionally high, Mr. Speaker, and we hope to see through competition other airlines, whether it's Air Canada, WestJet, or other international airlines, to increase this very important service. They would like to be able to see something going out of the Winnipeg International Airport in particular into Europe or directly to India. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting the petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to present a number of petitions to the House today. The first deals with immigration, special immigration measures for people from Hong Kong. Petitioners note that recent Hong Kong graduates can apply for open work permits under a temporary public policy for Hong Kong residents, that there are two pathways, Stream A and Stream B, that have been announced. Stream B requires graduates to have 1 year of work experience in Canada and to have graduated within the last 5 years from a Canadian or foreign equivalent post-secondary school. Canada has announced an extension of 2 years on, I believe it's Stream A, but has not addressed concerns around the time constraints for Stream B. 2016-2017 graduates who met the 5-year graduation requirement at the time of applying for their open work permit are falling out of eligibility to apply for permanent residency under Stream B of the scheme by the time their work permits are received and they have fulfilled the hours of work requirement. So those who sign this petition call upon the Minister of Immigration to remove the 5-year restriction to include all persons who fulfill the educational credential requirement of Stream B. That is the first petition. The next petition that I'm tabling is in support of my private member's bill, C-257. This bill recognizes the challenge of political discrimination, of people facing discrimination here in Canada for their political beliefs. Petitioners note that it is in the best interests of Canadian democracy to protect public debate and exchange of differing ideas, and that this bill would protect people from the possibility of reprisals, workplace-based or otherwise, for expressing points of view on important political issues of the day. Petitioners are calling on the House to support Bill C-257 and also to defend the right of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. The next petition that I will table today raises concerns from a number of my constituents about proposals for the legalization of euthanasia for children. We saw a committee report coming from the other three parties in the House calling for the expansion of euthanasia to include children. Petitioners in this case particularly note a proposal for the legalization of euthanasia for babies, that is children from 0 to 1 year old. Petitioners contend that infanticide is always wrong and are calling on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to allow the killing of children in Canada within our medical system. And it looks like, based on time, the final petition that I will be able to table today deals with the situation of religious and ethnic minorities in Afghanistan. I'll note that the petition the signatures were gathered prior to the fall of Afghanistan to the Taliban, and even prior to that point there were significant challenges facing Afghanistan's Sikh and Hindu communities as well as other minorities. Petitioners at the time were calling on the government to take action on these issues, and sadly the challenges have gotten even worse for ethnic and religious minorities, and petitioners want to see the Government of Canada remain seized with those challenges and stand up for religious minority communities and all of the people of Afghanistan. Thank you.
Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
So moved. And notice is a motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliament.
And again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers this time also be allowed to stand, please.
Agreed? It's agreed. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Report stage of Bill C-13, an act to ensure equality between official languages.
So, from the ruling by the Speaker, there are 15 motions and amending standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-13. Les motions numéro 11.
Motions 11 and 14 have been chosen.
Have been examined, and the chair is satisfied that they meet the guidelines expressed in the note to Standing Order 7615 regarding the selection of motions in amending at report stage. Motions numbered 1 to 10 and 15 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I will now submit motions 1 to 10 and 15 to the House. Motion number 1. Ms. St-Onge for Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-13 in Clause 2 be amended by A, replacing in the English version line 39 on page 2 with the following.
Ties, including by restoring and increasing their demo. B, par substitute.
Replacing in the English version line 44 on page 2 with the following.
Including by restoring and increasing their demo. Motion number 2. Madame St-Onge for Madame Petitpas-Taylor, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-13 in Clause 3 be amended by replacing lines 3 to 8 on page 4 with the following. Taking into account the fact that French is in the minority situation in Canada and North America due to the predominant use of English, and that there is a diversity of provincial and territorial language regimes that contribute to that advancement, including Quebec's Charter of the French language, which provides that French is the official language of Quebec. B2, advance the existence of a majority French socio-dash.
Motion number 3. Ms. St-Onge for Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-13 in Clause 4 be amended by A, replacing line 14 on page 4 with the following. 2.11. The President of the Treasury Board is responsible for exercising. B, replacing lines 17 and 18 on page 4 with the following. 2. The President of the Treasury Board shall, in consultation with the other ministers of the Crown, coordinate the implementation hyphen.
Motion number 4.
Motion number 4. Ms. St-Onge for Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-13 in Clause 6 be amended by deleting lines 23 to 28 on page 5.
In motion number 5, Madame St-Onge for Madame Petitpas-Taylor, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-13 in Clause 7 be amended by replacing in the French version line 14 on page 6 with the following. Des ses droits en tenant compte du fait. Motion number 6.
Motion number 6. Ms. St-Onge for Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-13 in Clause 14 be amended by A, adding, after line 2 on page 11, the following. 33.1. In this part, employee includes an employee who represents the employer, a person who performs for an employer activities whose primary purpose is to enable the person to acquire knowledge or experience, and a person who has been replaced by a temporary help agency. B, replacing lines 7 to 13 on page 11 with the following. 2.
Person appointed by the governor in council to the position of deputy minister or associate deputy minister, or position of an equivalent rank in a department named in Schedule 1 to the Financial Administration Act, shall, on their appointment, take the language training that is necessary to be able to speak and understand clearly both official languages.
Motion number 7. Ms. St. Onge for Ms. Petipa-Taylor, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-13 in Clause 16 be amended by A, replacing lines 3 to 11 on page 12 with the following. Use of both official languages, managers and supervisors are able to communicate in both official languages with employees of the institution in carrying out their managerial or supervisory responsibilities, and B, adding after line 15 on page 12 the following. 3.1
replaced by the following. C, ensure that if it is appropriate in order to create a work environment that is conducive to the effective use of both languages. I, managers and supervisors are able to communicate in both official languages with employees of the institution in carrying out their managerial or supervisory responsibilities. And II, employees are supervised by their managers and supervisors in the official language of their choice, regardless of the linguistic identification of their position. And C, adding after line 27 on page 12, the following.
5. Section 36 of the Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 2. 3. Nothing in subparagraph 1C2 abrogates or derogates from the right of a person to hold a position or carry out managerial or supervisory responsibilities in a federal institution if they held that position or carried out those responsibilities in the institution immediately before the coming into force of that subparagraph.
Madame St. Onge.
Motion number 8, Ms. St. Onge for Ms. Petipa-Taylor, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-13 in Clause 21 be amended by A, replacing line 19 on page 14 with the following. 4. The Government of Canada shall estimate periodically. B. Replacing line 31 on page 16 with the following. These mechanisms shall take into account the obligations set.
Motion number 9.
Motion number 9.
Madame St. Onge for Madame Petipa-Taylor, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-13 in Clause 22 be amended by replacing lines 38 on page 18 to line 2 on page 19 with the following. 43.1. The Minister of Canadian Heritage shall advance the equality of status and use of English and French in Canadian society, and to that end may take measures to.
Motion number 10. Ms. Petipa-Taylor Madame St. Onge for Ms. Petipa-Taylor, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-13 in Clause 50 be amended by replacing in the French version line 9 on page 44 with the following. 2. Le ministre du Patrimoine canadien fait déposer un rapport de l'examen devant chaque.
Motion 11. Ms. St. Onge for Ms. Petipa-Taylor, supported by Mr. Blair, moves that there be modification by adding at page 75 by 1.1, paragraph 16, 3.1 and 5 to come into effect of the second year of the entry into effect of the bill. Debate the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to mention that we are gathering on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. I would also like to commend each and every one of my fellow members of the Official Languages Committee. I thank them all for their meticulous, hard work done since June in the clause-by-clause study of Bill C-13. C-13, an act for the equality of both official languages.
What it means personally to protect and promote our linguistic rights and official languages minority communities across the country. Nos droits, il ne faut jamais les tenir pour...
Our rights, we must never take them for granted. Many members here know that. The minority language community in Northern Ontario, I was able to live in French, work in French, and do post-secondary studies in French thanks to the Official Languages Act. I'm proud to have been able to contribute to this bill. My father contributed to it before me in 1979. I'm very certain that I wouldn't be a member of Parliament today if it weren't for the 1979 Official Languages Act. I know just how important it is to complete the final steps to modernize this act. Mr. Speaker, the last substantial amendments were made over 30 years ago, so the act no longer reflects Canada today. It no longer reflects the needs of our communities and institutions. Since we tabled the bill in June 2021, our government has maintained its commitment in the face of significant challenges and opposition. Today, more than ever, we want an ambitious modern law with teeth, a law that will protect French everywhere in Canada, a law that will protect official languages minority communities. That includes Acadians, Franco-Ontarians, Franco-Manitobans, all Francophones elsewhere in Canada, and all Anglophones in Quebec. That is what C-13 aims to do. Our government has helped to strengthen this through the committee's study.
Stage amendments aim to promote substantive equality between French and English, the respect of official languages and obligations, and the creation of a new linguistic rights, thanks to the new use of French in federally regulated Private Business Act. Nous sommes sur la bonne voie, Monsieur.
We are on the right track, Mr. Speaker. I hope, very sincerely, that MPs will quickly pass C-13 at third reading so that senators can endorse it before the end of June. If we work together, the bill can receive royal assent. Many Canadians are looking forward to that. They're excited.
They did really appear to be a spirit of collaboration during the committee study. This has helped parliamentarians and numerous stakeholders involved to clarify and improve C-13. This was certainly not easy work, as many of you know, but all parties showed goodwill in the end, and in my opinion, this is an excellent illustration of the important work of parliamentary committees to help progress the priorities for all Canadians. The bill now being considered by the House is a net improvement, and I am convinced that it will receive significant support. J'aimerais vous en parler un peu plus.
I would like to give you more details and information. At the beginning of the study, over 200 amendments were tabled by members of the committee. Amendments from all parties were adopted, which made it possible to improve the bill. I'd like to give you some examples. One amendment clarified what we mean when we say adult learning and literacy in minority language. This is an important nuance when it comes to implementing our commitments. Two amendments recognize the importance of French in economic exchanges and the contribution of Francophone immigration to our economy. Two other amendments allow us to clearly state that the English and French minorities have different needs. They also highlight the fact that French is a minority language in Canada and in North America. Finally, Another key amendment will help federal institutions to fulfill their commitments. It establishes a new obligation to take the necessary measures to promote the inclusion of language clauses in our agreements with the provinces and territories. This is a significant step forward. The committee's study also allowed us to examine the Act respecting the use of French within private businesses under federal jurisdiction. This new law, enacted by Bill C-13, will serve as a lever to encourage the private sector to play its part in promoting French as a language of work and service. It clearly states the right, both in Quebec and in the regions, with a strong Francophone presence, the right to work in French in these businesses and to obtain services in French. This includes private businesses under federal jurisdiction, such as banks, postal services and courier services, and transportation and telecommunications companies. The government of Quebec and the cooperation with them should, in my opinion, generate solid support for the bill, since we have found, through cooperation, a way to serve everyone's desires and interests. This bill will make it possible to protect and promote French across the country, but also to ensure the vitality of official language minority communities. The committee study gave us the opportunity to propose amendments to other parts of the bill. I will go through them briefly. We asked to specify that Francophone immigration promotes the restoration of the demographic weight of Francophone minorities. The previous wording implied that immigration was the only factor that ensured demographic weight or representation. Our clarification allows us to recognize that there are other factors as well.
Strengthening our consultation mechanisms by defining the steps that federal institutions must follow had been requested by some school boards in official language minority communities. We have now included the obligation to consider the needs of English and French-speaking minority communities in the sale of federal properties. En conclusion, avec ces
through C-13, we are preparing to adequately support the French language, to better equip the Commissioner of Official Languages, and to require our institutions and businesses to take on their responsibilities. We are making allies of the federal government and the provinces and territories, so all can work together. We are encouraging cooperation in favor of French and English-speaking minority communities. We are giving ourselves a modern law that will have a positive impact on the day-to-day lives of our communities. Mr. Speaker, I asked all members of this House and all senators who will be studying the bill in the coming weeks to work diligently. I thank the senators for conducting a pre-study to speed things up. Like them, I look forward to seeing this bill pass soon. This has been a tremendous amount of work. On March 28th, our government announced in the 2023 budget the largest investment ever made in official languages. Investments of over $4 billion over 5 years, which will go to promoting our 2 official languages. With the adoption of C-13 and royal assent, we will have the means as a government to defend and, above all, to advance the language rights of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the Parliamentary Secretary for his work in the Official Languages Committee. We worked together on C-13 in committee. I'd like to inform my colleague that today we are not debating at third reading. We are at report stage. He should have spoken to us about the amendments that were proposed and delayed the passage of C-13. Here's what I would like to know, Mr. Speaker. Why didn't my colleague table motions and amendments in committee when we were studying C-13 in committee? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague as well for his hard work in committee. Mr. Speaker, there were 200 amendments submitted. We heard 50 witnesses. We also heard 6,500 interventions across the country last summer. We worked hard to improve the bill together. In committee, we accepted amendments from the Conservative Party, from the Bloc Québécois, from the NDP. We all worked together to ensure that the bill will be improved. Now we have an improved C-13 that has the support of our communities. Our communities want Parliament, House of Commons and Senate to have it passed as soon as possible. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Well, we moved a motion, Motion 13. I ask for unanimous consent. It's an argument that I made in committee. No? All right. Will all those opposed to what the honourable member is moving will please say nay? We don't have consent for your motions. But you do have time for questions and comments. The honourable member for La Pointe-de-Lille. All right, well, I have a question for my colleague. We heard the announcement of the action plan for official languages today. At the beginning of the announcement, they said that they are protecting and promoting French in Quebec. But there are no measures for Quebec. It seems like it just aims to strengthen English in Quebec. 20% of new funding will be to support English and French. French is under threat. Can he explain to me how that makes sense? And then how can they say that they're protecting French in Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question and for his work in committee. There are two aspects here. C-13 is a huge improvement of the Official Languages Act. There's the central agency, immigration, improvements to administrative monetary penalties that the commissioner will be able to give. But since 2015, since we've been in government, we have doubled funding for the action plan. Recently, we added $1 billion for communities in order to help minority language communities in Canada. Our investments are major. Our investments will also be accessible to organizations, community organizations. This bill, we've worked on it in partnership with the province of Quebec. So how come my colleague doesn't acknowledge that the federal government is working closely with Quebec so that we can promote and advance French everywhere in the country, including in Quebec? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwatinook-Askey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I acknowledge my colleague for his hard work. This accomplishment is historic. My question is, what is the next step? Mr. Speaker, the government today has stated its intention to allocate funding for Francophone community organizations, such as IACFA, youth programs, integration services for newcomers, support to Francophone artists, and legal aid for Francophones. Those are the bases of Francophones in Canada. We support this initiative, but how can we ensure that the funding is truly given to the organizations which need it most in order to promote and advance French in Canada? The allocation of ongoing sustainable funding is essential for these communities and for these organizations. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief reply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her work in committee. We heard 6,500 people share their thoughts on the action plan. We visited all provinces and territories. As for the action plan, we have heard concerns about funding. So in 2018, we added 500 million more, and today we've announced $1 billion in additional funding. Organizations will have access to that funding. That will help improve the situation of minority communities and organizations everywhere in Canada. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, before I start, I'd like to say that I wish we could have debated my Bloc Québécois colleague's motion. The Conservatives would have accepted debate on that motion because it's something we agree with, that is, to shorten the implementation period. It's currently 10 years. We wanted to shorten it to 5 years, the implementation period, but the Liberals refused, and my Bloc Québécois colleague had an even better idea. He wanted it shortened to 3 years. When things are urgent, when it's urgent to take action, we need to give ourselves some reaction time, and the quicker we react, the quicker we will be able to prevent the decline of the French language. Now I'll begin my speech officially. Mr. Speaker, I am a proud defender and champion of the French language, so I'm always proud to rise in the House of Commons to speak to French. Right now, my mission is to protect and promote both official languages and to prevent the decline of French. Before I get right into things, you know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when we say something that's not in our text and then we go back to reading our text that we have prepared, we have to find where we are. So back to what I was saying. So we're debating C13 report stage for this act for substantive equality of both official languages in Canada. So it's important to understand how we got to where we are now. My colleague mentioned doubling funding, but 8 years were wasted in order to get the necessary tools and resources to protect French in Canada. For the 8 years that this Liberal government has been in office, they have really dragged their feet when it comes to official languages. They like to give the impression that they are sufficiently protecting official languages in Canada. In 2018, the Prime Minister committed to modernizing the Official Languages Act. This promise, which had also been in the Liberals' election promises in 2019 and in 2021. It'll probably still be in their promises for the next federal election. We'll see how that goes. In 2021, the government tabled a white book on official languages called English and French Towards Substantive Equality in Canada. C32 was then tabled by the Minister for Official Languages at the time, who is now Minister for Foreign Affairs, in June 2021. Then it died on the order paper, Mr. Speaker, because the election was called, an election that the government across the way wanted. What happened at that point was that it died on the order paper. Then the new Minister for Official Languages promised, when she came into her position after the 2021 election, that she would present a new version of the Official Languages Act within the first 500 days of her new position. She almost kept her promise, Mr. Speaker. In March 2022, C13 was tabled.
Mr. Speaker, if stopping the decline of French in Canada and protecting and promoting our two official languages, English and French, was as important to the Liberals as it appears to be, and if I insist on English and French, it's because the government on the other, before us, appointed a bilingual Governor-General who doesn't speak French, a position for representation, a Governor-General who has excellent qualities but unfortunately doesn't speak French. It's rather symbolic when it comes to demonstrating the government's will to defend the French fact. It's as important for the Liberals because they made electoral promises. Otherwise, we wouldn't be discussing a reform. A reform would already have passed well before this. As I stand in this chamber today, April 26, at the report stage of Bill C-13, an act to amend Canada's Official Languages Act, I was reminded of the many comments made in this House. The Minister for Official Languages has said that I hope once again that all members of the House will work with us as stakeholders across the country want to see this bill passed as soon as possible. And we still have a lot of work to do. And the minister was right. The minister tried many times at committee to cut debate short in order to limit debate at committee and limit debate time on amendments. The Conservative Party of Canada takes bilingualism, English and French, very seriously. We have an excellent chance to update the Act, which hasn't been done since 1982. It's our chance as parliamentarians to take concrete measures to counter French's decline, which is very real in Canada and Quebec. We played fair. We extended our hand to make compromises and help move the file forward. We listened to organizations involved in this file who are living through the effects of French declining on a daily basis and have decided to add more bite to this bill. Or rather, we tried to add more bite because of the lack of will of this government. At committee stage, the Liberals presented more than 50 amendments, many of which were identical between colleagues. Certain Liberal colleagues monopolized debate time. It indicates three things. Liberals aren't working as a team, they're inconsistent, and they're badly organized. And now, April 26, 2023, here we are at report stage with 10 or 12 motions, because some were withdrawn. I would say about 10 motions from the government are on the table. These motions aren't substantive, which could have been tabled in committee. However, the Liberals decided to draw out the process of passing this bill yet again. I heard my colleague earlier who said that we needed to go as quickly as possible to allow the bill to pass as quickly as possible, because many organizations are asking for this. Unfortunately, that was not taken into account. And today, we're talking about details that are causing us to waste time and are delaying debate, because we're going to have to vote on report stage. After that, there will be another step in the House of Commons. We don't know the calendar. The government hasn't revealed its strategy, but we're going to come back to the House. We're going to debate, and after that, we're going to have to vote. Then it's going to have to go to the other place, the Senate. It shows that they're talking out of both sides of their mouth. On the one hand, the Liberal government says it wants to go fast, and on the other, they're not organized. And they're tabling amendments today. They tabled amendments at committee. And, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals tabled 50 amendments. They wrote a white paper. They wrote C-32. They wrote C-13. They tabled it in committee. And today, again, they're tabling more documents. What does that show? It shows that this government doesn't necessarily want to move the process quickly to get this bill passed. And I find that unfortunate. And I find it unfortunate because the Bloc Québécois was unable to table its motion. The Liberals refused to accept it. The answer, and I respect it, in principle I respect the government's decision, but that decision was made by saying that it could have been debated at committee, just like what's been proposed by the government before us. So, Mr. Speaker, this legislation will not have a shorter assessment time so that we can readjust when we realize that this bill, once it gets royal assent, the day after that, it will not be able to ensure that we're able to take real action to stop the decline of French in Canada. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's important to be proud of this bill. We should be proud of our French language and our English language. Canada's attraction, or rather bilingualism Canada, makes it attractive. It makes Canada unique. So we need to respect organizations that work daily to ensure that they protect are official language minority communities. I think I got that right. So, Mr. Speaker, with all the respect that I have for my colleagues, we are going to extend our hand here at the Conservative Party to not obstruct Bill C-13 from moving forward. I hope, however, that we won't have more surprises from the Liberal government that will slow the process down. I hope that we pass this bill as quickly as possible and move on and give tools to our organizations so that they can do their daily work to protect French, stop its decline, and protect and promote French and English. We don't want to oppose official languages. We're proud of both. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech and for his involvement at committee. I will be rather brief. The member mentioned several times all the delays and amendments. Listen, this is a bill that had a lot of amendments. There were 200 amendments. A lot of that was done in collaboration. What I'm asking the member is his leader going to take a position? Because every other party leader has made statements about C-13. We haven't heard anything from his leader. Is his leader going to take a position regarding the bill? Which communities all over the country think it's important to do? I would like to hear from the member on that. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Greetings to my colleague for Nickel Belt. I think his question was very relevant. Now, I'd like to remind him that he may have gotten something wrong in his speech because he presented a third reading speech. We are debating motions presented by the Liberal government. So I can assure you, I can assure all Canadians that our leader will take a stand and vote on Bill C-13 in good time. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Official Languages Act isn't new. The government wanted to renovate it. And when it did so, it was because the law had failed. The law did not ensure that French could survive eternally throughout the country from coast to coast. In fact, Francophone minorities were treated the same as it was supposed to ensure that Francophone minorities enjoyed the same privileges as Anglophone communities in Quebec. How does he consider this consistency between the government's will to table C-13 to try and slow the decline of French, but at the same time table a bill that, in Quebec, will give $280 million to the Anglophone communities to make sure that they can ensure their own survival, as though English were under threat in Quebec or in the continent or even in North America or around the world? The Honourable Member for Jacques-Cartier. I want to thank my colleague from Montcalm for his question. I think we have the same goal. I had the pleasure of working with him at the Bloc Québécois to try and move Bill C-13 forward, especially to slow the decline of French. We want to protect English and French in minority situations, as is the Canadian way. What my colleague mentioned is not in Bill C-13. It's in the Official Languages Action Program revealed here today, as though it were a coincidence, as we're debating C-13 in the House of Commons. I think there's a marketing strategy going on. Now, what I want to mention is that we have to ask the question, because it would seem, and we weren't available to attend the disclosure of the plan, but I expect we're going to have a briefing tomorrow at 11, and I'll participate. But the information that I did get is that 20% of the money is going to be dedicated to Anglophone minorities in Quebec. We have to ask the question, on what basis was that percentage determined? And, as my colleague mentioned, the situation of official languages, the situation of French outside of Quebec, all throughout Canada, is not the same as that of Anglophones in Quebec. So I have a lot of questions about that percentage. We can't neglect our Anglophone friends, but indeed there seems to be an additional effort that we need to make for Francophones outside Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Churchill-Cowatenauk-Aski.
Monsieur le Président, je veux reconnaître le travail.
Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the important work done by my colleague on this bill. I know that one of the issues my colleague cares about is immigration. There's a great need to welcome Francophone immigrants throughout the world. And that's a big part of C-13. Would the member be in favor of increasing funding for consular services and recruitment efforts to attract and retain more Francophones from abroad? The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. To my honourable colleague for Churchill-Cowatenauk-Aski, I just want to say what a pleasure it was to work with her on Bill C-13. What's unfortunate in Francophone immigration is that in Bill C-13, one simple little paragraph identified targets and indicators. But there was no obligation to obtain a result. At committee, we're going to conduct a more pragmatic review and maybe adapt our motion along the same lines as the NDP's so that we can get exact data to move Francophone immigration forward. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that it will be very encouraging for the future of Francophone immigration here in Canada. Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I need to inform the House of the questions raised at adjournment tonight.
Gulf Islands on taxation, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith on seniors, and the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain and carbon pricing. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de La Pointe.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, right now, there's a movement, a groundswell, a collective awareness, because the decline of French is accelerating. All the indicators show it, whether it be language spoken at home, first official language spoken, language of work. There's a rapid decline of French, especially in Montreal. And we can't continue this way. Linguistic projections, even those of Statistics Canada, reveal it. Statistics Canada's projections reveal that there's going to be a rapid decline. Bill 101 was reinforced, and mobilization is ongoing. The Minister for the French language called upon a national consciousness raising or awareness. The federal language legislation has been the blind spot for discussing official languages in Canada. The debate we've had on the federal language legislation is helping people to understand what it's about. And it's incredible because since 1969, for 53 years, the Official Languages Act from Pierre Elliott Trudeau aims mostly to reinforce English in Quebec. The Official Languages Act came after the Commission Laurando, who was an editor at Le Devoir. He concluded that we needed a more Belgian or Swiss model, a territorial model based on collective rights, and considered that Quebec should have priority. Lester B. Pearson was Prime Minister at the time, And after that commission, Laurendeau passed away, and he did the opposite. There was a model of institutional bilingualism instituted under Trudeau that gave individuals the choice between the official language between English and French, which limited it to where numbers warrant. And that model is the opposite of Quebec's approach, which is to ensure the future of French by making it the common language on Quebec's territory. This type of linguistic model to ensure the future of a language, to truly protect languages, is the one that we went for. The other principle of the Official Languages Act is an aberration, which is the principle of symmetry or equivalence between Anglophones in Quebec and Francophone communities and Acadian communities. And that was an aberration from the very beginning, because at that time, the Laurendeau Commission had led a very in-depth investigation. And in Quebec, out of 14 language groups, Francophones were 12th in terms of income. They were disadvantaged from the start. Anglophones in Quebec were part of the elite of Canada's Anglophonie. There were well-funded institutions, schools, hospitals. There was an overabundance of institutions favoring Anglophones. Mr. Trudeau and the Liberal government at the time decided to help by funding institutions and establishments for Anglophone education. It was criticized. It was criticized often. Since its inception, the Bloc Québécois has criticized that. Even the United Nations rendered a decision on the signage that Alliance Québec had brought forward. Anglophones in Quebec cannot demand minority status rights because they are part of the Canadian majority. We just have to look around us. If Quebec were independent, yes, we could say that Francophones are a majority. But as long as Quebec is not independent, we're subordinate to the federal government, who here decided to pass an Official Languages Act that in Quebec, in the only Francophone province in North America, decided to reinforce English. That's how it went on. And federal language legislation was a blind spot because the Trudeau government, rather than really dealing directly with Quebec about Bill 101 and intervening to contest Bill 101 before the courts, used a strategy that consisted of promoting the emergence of civil society pressure groups that were funded directly, and they led court battles and mobilized and all that.
He even created a legal challenge program to defeat Bill 101. Today, when we look at the action plan, and I'll come back to that, but the fact remains that these pressure groups, of which there are dozens, funded by the federal government. And for a long time, as soon as you started defending French in Quebec, you'd be called racist and xenophobic, and of being a closed society, whereas it's exactly the opposite. For a nation to have a common language is exactly what enables us to include new arrivals. That's what happened. Things went on in that way for some time. Bill 101 was undermined in almost all of its sectors of application. And today, we can see that French is declining at an increasing rate. Part 7 of the federal law would oblige federally regulated institutions to support the Anglophone community in Quebec. And the Anglophone community in Quebec is being funded We thought that there would be a change after the government recognized that French was declining and that it has the responsibility to protect and defend French everywhere, including in Quebec. Mr. Trudeau repeated that when he presented his action plan. And yet we saw that almost all new investments in Quebec, about $280 million out of $1.4 billion, will be used just to defend English. That's $56 million more per year, in addition to the $90 million that are currently being spent annually to strengthen those groups. As someone who was involved in defending French outside of Quebec, as I was in Quebec, this money is actually contributing to anglicize Quebec very strongly. We need to take action. We saw the action plan. There was an agreement with the government of Quebec at the last minute about federally regulated businesses, and that's an improvement, and it's a step in the right direction. I've said so, and I'll repeat it, because it would promote generalizing usage of French in business and it would ensure that executives and businesses know French. In the Bloc Québécois, we are practical. We would support all possible progress for French in Quebec. That's why we will support this legislation. But, on the other hand, there are some asymmetrical parts in the bill, but the principle of equivalence between Anglophones and Francophone and Acadian communities is still there. So this legislation will continue to anglicize Quebec. Happily, there is a movement developing in Quebec against this. We will continue to inform people. I will go on tour in Quebec because few Quebecers know how the Official Languages Act works. Few Quebecers know that all this funding is going to support the Anglicization of Quebec. And I think that if we take a few years to mobilize people and to get the law changed, and if the federal government remains closed, as it's hitherto been throughout the debate, then at that point, people will start asking themselves some questions, increasingly so. Assimilation or independence?
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and his passion for the French language, as well as his work at committee. Earlier, he referred to positive collaboration with the government of Quebec. I also heard the leader of the Bloc Québécois say he will be voting for C-13, and I wonder if that member will join us to ask whether the Conservatives will be voting for C-13. And also, I'd like to ask why the leader of the Bloc Québécois is voting for C-13. What are the positive parts of the bill? The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-l'Île. I just said that we will be voting for C-13 because there is some progress in it, especially when it comes to federally regulated businesses. However, it does not meet Quebec's or our demands because we, like the government of Quebec, were asking for Bill 101 to apply to federally regulated businesses, and that will not be the case. We wanted to have that option, but just like the Official Languages Act integrated parts of Bill 101, well, the minister is hoping that businesses will decide to use the Official Languages Act instead of Bill 101. We'll see what happens, but we've also heard from the Quebec minister that all this money is being used to support the Anglophone community and to fund these programs in areas of provincial jurisdiction. So yes, there was an agreement on one point, but the rest of the Official Languages Act is unacceptable for Quebec and will contribute to anglicizing the province. We want to mobilize people to amend this law for Quebec.
Ridge.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. I'd like to thank my colleague. As a member from BC, I'd like to say that there is a great deal of interest in learning French. Hundreds of thousands of students have gone to immersion schooling. But the Liberal government likes to pat itself on the back for its efforts to support Francophones. But we saw during the pandemic that the Francophone community and immigrants were allowed to slip through the cracks. There was no support from the federal government. My question is the following. Is my colleague afraid that this bill will not really make a difference? The honourable member. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that there are some positive ideas for Francophones outside Quebec, but will it reduce the decline of French? Will it slow it? I don't think so, unfortunately, because most of the money and improvements are actually going to be used for immersion schools, whereas schools by and for Francophones outside Quebec are lacking funding. And in fact, a study by the Federation of Francophone Parents outside Quebec found that from the very beginning, nearly 70%, perhaps even more, of federal funding for schools was actually being used for Anglophones outside Quebec or to teach English in French schools, while there was an increasing level of assimilation of Francophones. And Francophones are having to fight inch by inch. I greatly admire these Francophones outside Quebec who are fighting every day for French. We will continue to support them, and that is also why we'll be voting for this bill, because it's important to make progress with these Francophones outside Quebec. But I think this is weakening French in Quebec, and if you weaken French in Quebec, that weakens French elsewhere in Canada.
Comments? Letter of the Deputy to Timmins James.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to represent a riding in Northern Ontario. Francophone culture in our riding is strong and dynamic. The NDP has fought to increase post-secondary training, access to Francophone health care, as well as to strengthen cultural programming. It is very important for our federal government to strengthen Francophone immigration in Northern Ontario. Will my colleague support the NDP in its fight to increase Francophone immigration services in Northern Ontario? A very short answer, please. The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Yes, Mr. Speaker, of course we support more Francophone immigration. We've seen, for example, that more than 80% of student visa requests from Francophone Africa have been refused. There are many problems. And we have taken steps to criticize that, and it's giving results. We've seen that the acceptance rate for these students, these Francophone students, has risen. I hope as well that my NDP colleagues, who are supposed to support Quebec's autodetermination, who have regularly voted against measures that would support Quebec's right to self-determination, I hope that they will support us in that. And outside Quebec, we're looking at the data, and what the data show is that Francophone immigrants who settle outside Quebec assimilate very quickly into the English environment, so we need more measures to ensure that French can become the common language in sectors that have a high Francophone density outside Quebec, to enable us to integrate these new arrivals. Otherwise, it's like pouring water into a bucket that has holes in it. Continuing debate, resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill-Kawatnakaski.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Aujourd'hui, je me lève à la Chambre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise on behalf of the NDP about At third reading of C-13, an act to amend the Official Languages Act, today is a historic day. For 30 years, the Official Languages Act has not been amended. But now we are here and we have succeeded in doing that. This has been a challenging process, but very important. And in fact, not just important, but also essential. Essential for Quebec, Acadia, the Franco-Manitoban community, and all of our communities. This process is important for me, for my children, for all of our children, as well as for our collective future. I'm a proud Francophile. I was born in northern Manitoba. I'm the daughter of 2 immigrants. My mother tongue was neither English nor French. It was Greek. I know that I am very lucky because my parents understood the importance of speaking both official languages of Canada. And it is thanks to the struggle of Francophones throughout the country, educators and their allies, that I had options for studying French. In Manitoba, there are many Francophones who have fought for public investments in education. In the 1980s, a Manitoba NDP government, including my father, fought discrimination and defended Francophone rights, both in services and in the law. So from a young age, I learned that we can't take anything for granted. We need to ensure that a generation of young Canadians can communicate in French. I'd like to recognize the hard work of many people, such as Mr. Nickel, Madame Van Dimes, and many, many others. Many of us will always remember one of our teachers from my childhood, Mr. MacDonald. He was a proud Acadian, and he took great joy in his culture and people. It was contagious. It's thanks to teachers like Mr. MacDonald and the other teachers that I just mentioned, as well as hundreds of other Francophones throughout the country. It's thanks to people like them that generations like ours can speak French. I also want the same thing for my 2 children, Stefanos and Leonidas. They are now 5 and a half, and they are currently attending a Francophone school. They are part of the next generation, a generation for whom the world has become smaller, but a Canada where French is declining. We need to put an end to that decline, and we need to fight for that next generation. Today, I will say that I am proud of the work that we did at committee. On several occasions, I shared my experiences and the challenges that families like mine and many others went through because we couldn't access childcare services in French. And that is why also I am proud of the work that the NDP did at committee to guarantee that there would be mandatory language clauses in provincial federal agreements. The money, the funding to ensure that Francophone and Anglophone communities in minority situations get their fair share. I also want to thank the leadership shown by organizations like the Francophone and Acadian Communities Federation. And I'd like to thank their president, Liane Roy. The Federation is the national voice of 2.8 million French-speaking Canadians. It represents the voice of Francophones throughout Canada and have played a key role. Thanks to them, the president of the Treasury Board will be the only one responsible for applying C-13. That is why Francophone immigration will be supported, and there will be strengthened rights for the Commissioner of Official Languages. I'd like to support, or to thank rather, all these people who are supporting French throughout the country. The last time that the Official Languages Act was seriously reformed was in 1988, and it was very clear that there were gaps in the legislation.
Secondaire. Le manque de personnel francophone, les difficultés.
There were gaps such as the lack of francophone staff in all sorts of sectors, the lack of access to justice in French, the lack of ability to communicate in French in an emergency or to access information on public safety or health, as well as education from the beginning to post-secondary studies for our youth. We've also seen a decline in the number of francophones in Canada. We all know the statistics. French is in decline throughout the country. In 1971, francophones made up 25.5% of the population, but today, less than 23%. If we do not defend our services and institutions, the decline will only continue. So I do not understand why the leader of the Conservative Party is insisting on attacking CBC and Radio-Canada. Bill C-13 is clear. The federal government recognizes that the Société Radio-Canada will contribute to helping minority francophone and anglophone communities thrive, and it will protect and promote both official languages. The leader of the Conservative Party has even asked for $1 billion in funding to CBC and Radio-Canada to be cut. In 2021-2022, CBC and Radio-Canada received $1.2 billion in federal funding, so this type of cuts would be disastrous. The Conservative Party says that it understands that French is declining throughout Canada, so then how can it want to cut so much money from an institution which is so crucial in promoting and protecting both official languages? The work at committee was challenging, but there was a spirit of collaboration. I'd like to thank all members of the committee, Liberal, Conservative, and Bloc Québécois members, who all made important amendments. I know that we didn't always agree, but I know that we all had the same goal, which is protecting French in Canada and defending linguistic community rights in Canada. The amendments that were passed at committee are essential, and I hope very much that the Senate will respect them. I'd also like to thank the Minister of Official Languages. We did find a way to collaborate because we have the same goal, to amend the Official Languages Act in order to give communities the resources that they need to protect their language, our languages. Now, because respect is so important at committee, during committee work, I would like to also say that unfortunately some MPs based their work at committee on outdated concerns and who want to claim that there is not a systemic decline in French even in Quebec. To those who say that if Francophone resources and rights are protected, other communities will suffer, we in the NDP have a clear message. No one is the loser when official languages are protected. When you live in a country where French and English are respected, it is better for all of us. The reality is that this bill would change the federal government's approach and recognize that French is a minority language throughout Canada and in North America, and that the government's measures must take that into account. We need to make the necessary changes to stop the decline of French. Today, we are moving forward on a national project based on the recognition of our First Peoples, Indigenous languages, and a bill that says clearly that we are proud of both of our official languages, that we are proud of our multilingual, multicultural, diverse Canada, that we are proud to be able to move forward while supporting French and protecting the rights of minority language communities. That's why I would encourage all my colleagues in this House to vote yes on this historic bill, Bill C-13, a historic bill. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague and her party for their hard work on behalf of official languages. She's a proud Manitoban, and I know about her twins. The next generation is going to be very important to the future of French in Canada. So I'd like to ask the member, what exact measures in this bill are important. It could be language clauses or immigration measures. And as for the Conservatives who want to do away with Radio-Canada, I wonder if she believes that the leader of the Conservative Party should vote in favor of C-13. Certainly, I think that would send an essential message if all parties, including party leaders and the leader of the Conservative Party, vote in favor of Bill C-13. We must recognize that French is in decline. C-13 includes measures to halt this decline. All parties have worked on the bill, and now we have a great opportunity to support this bill and the important work to protect the French language. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to commend my colleague, the member from Church of Keewatin-Nukaski. I hope I got the pronunciation of that riding name right. At any rate, you know who I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to commend the member. She was very active in the committee study on Bill C-13. We didn't always agree, however. In her speech, the member said that she was pleased with Bill C-13 and that the Treasury Board will be given the role of central agency and that there will be binding language clauses. I'm wondering if she thinks these clauses should be stronger to halt the decline of French. I'm concerned about the effectiveness of C-13. I'd also like to hear her talk about the central agency role given to the Treasury Board. The Honourable Member for Churchill-Keewatin-Nukaski. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and for his work on this file, especially his work on the Treasury Board issue. Of course, we could always go farther, but it must be said that we have made a step in the right direction with Bill C-13. The government's approach was not working as it should have been. We want the Treasury Board to play a central role. Of course, it will still work with the Minister of Official Languages. To implement this bill and defend and protect the French language. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, throughout the clause-by-clause study on Bill C-13, I was quite surprised because the measure voted against the positive measures, Quebec's vision of positive measures, Quebec's vision for managing its own language affairs. There are still conflicts between the Official Languages Act and the Charter of the French Language, and we believe that the Charter of the French Languages should prevail. She voted against all sorts of amendments. And again, when you look at the Official Languages Action Plan, all the money it provides will go towards subsidizing English in Quebec. How is that going to slow the decline of French? French is the language that's threatened, not English. And yet all the federal government is doing is funding groups that are working towards the Anglicization of Quebec. The Honourable Member for Churchill-Keewatin-Nukaski. Thank you to my colleague for that question and also for his work to defend the interests of Quebec and those of Francophone communities outside Quebec. We are proud of the work we did alongside the government of Quebec to develop a final version of the bill which reflects Quebec's interests. We also supported the Quebec government's arrangement with the federal government. Of course, more needs to be done to support the French language, including in Quebec. And the federal government needs to do its job.
Member from Hamilton Centre, very quick.
Well, thank you for allowing that, Mr. Speaker. It pains me that I couldn't ask this question in French, and the honourable member reflected on her children, the next generation. I'm just wondering, what is left for us to be able to promote bilingualism across the country in a way that will ensure that it's embedded for our children and our children's children to truly honour the French language from coast to coast to coast?
L'honorable député de Churchill-Cowan-Hudaski, très vite.
Well, thank you. It's my colleague, and I know a proud parent himself. This is about the next generation, and Bill C-13 gives us the tools to put a stop to the decline of French and to give all of our children the opportunity to learn Canada's both official languages, to support Francophone communities in majority Anglophone areas, and to really, I would say, live up to the vision of Canada that we all have. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member from Hamilton Centre indicated, it does pain me also in terms of not being able to deliver my comments in French. French is such a beautiful language, Mr. Speaker, and with a last name like Lamoureux, one would expect that I could speak French, Mr. Speaker. And, I think maybe that might be even kind of a good, not necessarily a starting point, I'll get into that shortly, but rather as a starting point, just to emphasize what it is that we're actually debating here today, Mr. Speaker. We need to take a look in terms of the importance of Canada's diversity, and when we talk about that diversity, recognizing that Canada is a bilingual country, English and French, and how important it is for all Canadians to recognize that fact. In many different ways, it has enhanced us as a nation, and in order for us to be able to achieve our potential, Mr. Speaker, we need to recognize the importance of French and English and the fact that we are a bilingual nation, Mr. Speaker. And I don't say that lightly. When I look at my own heritage in terms of where my family originates from, a number of generations ago from the province of Quebec, just outside of the community of Montreal, on my father's side. The same thing in terms of originating out of the province of Quebec from my mother's side. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because from my mother's perspective, it went into Saskatchewan and I understand also in the United States. In my father's side, it came into the province of Manitoba. I say this because, when my mother was growing up, it was discouraged to speak French in the rural community of Saskatchewan. It was looked down on. It was, if you wanted to get ahead in southern Saskatchewan or that area of the Moose Jaw, Gravelbourg area, you don't speak French. That's what my mother was told. She couldn't speak a word of French as a result, even though her mother, my grandmother, could speak French. My father, on the other hand, went into and grew up in Manitoba. My heritage in Manitoba comes from St. Pierre, Joly, into the Transcona area. And my father was still the generation where he could speak French. And it was passed on to him, Mr. Speaker. Well, being born in the early 60s, I can appreciate or understand, not necessarily appreciate, but I understand why it is, as my mother was the one that raised the children, and she didn't speak to us at all in French, Madam Speaker. My father could speak French, but my mother couldn't. But like my grandmother, it was deemed as something that wasn't important, Mr. Speaker, even in the province of Manitoba, even though my father could speak French, Mr. Speaker. I say that because I believe it was Pierre Elliott Trudeau that ultimately recognized the importance of Canada being an English and French country. When Pierre Elliott Trudeau brought in the Language Act, there was quite a resistance to it out in the prairies. But it was that leadership, that initiative, that started, in my opinion, to change the way in which people on the prairies started to view the French language. Now, even though there was a cost factor to it, because you have seen Liberal prime ministers from then all the way to the current that says the same thing, doesn't matter where you are in Canada, in terms of the importance of the French language, the French factor, the French being one of our two official languages, Madam Speaker. And through the Language Act, Madam Speaker, we had seen the growth of the French language in the province of Manitoba. Put it in that perspective of the 20s and the 30s and the 40s, when the French language was actually being rejected in the province of Manitoba, to a point in which French started to be promoted. Communities like St. Pierre-Joly and St. Anne's and so many others, St. Boniface, St. Rose, communities, Senator Mulgat and many others would never forgive me for not mentioning St. Rose. Communities that really became alive, Madam Speaker. And in many ways, I like to think that Manitoba led the prairies. I might be a little bit biased in terms of understanding and appreciating and valuing the French language and seeing the benefits of that diversity. Madam Speaker, even inside the Manitoba legislature, we started to move towards the converting English-only laws into bilingual laws. At the end of the day, take a look at Winnipeg North and what's happening today in Winnipeg North. It is truly amazing when you take a look at the waves of immigration that come to the province of Manitoba, and I could talk for hours in regards to things such as the Filipino heritage community and how it has had such a wonderful positive impact in the province of Manitoba, in particular in healthcare, or our Indo-Canadian community, Madam Speaker, how well-spoken Punjabi and Tagalog are in the north end of Winnipeg, not to mention Ukraine, Madam Speaker, and a number of indigenous languages. But you go to schools like Stanley Knowles Ecole and other schools in the north end, you will see that French is a part of a bilingual program. So you'll see, kids of, let's say, Filipino or Punjabi heritage in grade 3, grade 4, speaking English, their home heritage language, and French, Madam Speaker. There is more French speaking today in the province of Manitoba than there ever has been. And Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that it is because of national policy, and that national policy is ensuring that French is being spoken in every region of the country. There is no one in the Liberal caucus that would not recognize the French factor in the province of Quebec. The province of Quebec, Madam Speaker, is leading the way in many ways in ensuring that Canada plays that pivotal role, not only in North America, but around the world, in recognizing and appreciating the true value of the French language. And that is something in which it doesn't matter where you're from. You don't have to be from Quebec. You don't even, like me, have to be able to speak French to understand and appreciate the value of the French language and us being a part of a bilingual nation, Madam Speaker. So what does C-13 do? It modernizes legislation that has passed decades ago, to the extent the last time you would actually have to look at this kind of modernization, it would have been Pierre Elliott Trudeau back in the late 60s, Madam Speaker. Because as a government, not only have we recognized the importance of the French language and how important it is to be able to promote it and support it, not only by legislation, but also for budgetary measures. And I believe that the actions of this government, Madam Speaker, have been incredibly positive in recognizing, promoting, and ensuring that Canada will continue to have a nation that is bilingual, recognizing the importance, a role that Quebec has to play in this, not by choice, but Quebec has to play that role, Madam Speaker, and it will continue to do so, but we will continue to build French language from coast to coast to coast, Madam Speaker, because it is the diversity that's so critically important to our country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to rise during this debate on the bill.
I would ask him, he rises and speaks on every bill. He began his speech by apologizing for his inability to address the House in French. I wondered if he could have maybe not spoken and let the member for Mount Royal or the member for St. Louis participate in this debate, because it would be great to hear their views on this bill.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
In the member, in the sense that this member, more than probably any other member, seems to resent every time I stand up inside the House. But I'll let the member know that there is a significant Francophone factor in the province of Manitoba. And I think it's important as a Manitoban member of Parliament that I'm able to express how important that community is to the province. The Conservatives might want to take it for granted, but we in the Liberal benches recognize that there is an important French factor that is throughout Canada, even in the members' home riding. And one shouldn't be discouraged from being able to address the chamber because they're unable to be able to speak in one of the two official languages. I would hope the member would show a little bit more sympathy towards that fact.
To remind members, they've had an opportunity to ask questions. If they have further questions, then they should stand and be recognized when it's time. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Vacheurs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's strange for the member across the way to brag about the Canadian language regime and how great it is when we know that all Canadian provinces except Quebec had once banned teaching in French. In all Canadian provinces, there were efforts to prevent the French language from being passed on to the next generation. And according to the member, it's thanks to Pierre Elliott Trudeau that French is around today. Pierre Elliott Trudeau's dream was to teach Anglophones French and Francophones English, bilingualism from coast to coast to coast. What was the result of this approach? All of Canada has become more anglicized, including Quebec. The member across the way boasts about his French-Canadian heritage, but he is the result of the assimilation of Francophones outside Quebec, because he is now unable to speak in French in this House. So how come the member across the way is praising his executioners?
Is that you're right, and that's why it is very unfortunate, and it does sadden me that I'm not able to speak French in the House, and I would apologize for not being able to do so. But having said that, I'm very proud of the advocacy that I have done over the years as a parliamentarian, and we have seen more French is being spoken in the province of Manitoba than it ever has been. And that is because of the Official Languages Act. Pierre Elliott Trudeau has played a critical role in ensuring that the rest of Canada is speaking French more than it ever would have if it wasn't for the Official Languages Act. This legislation modernizes it, and at the end of the day, as I indicated in my comments, the province of Quebec plays an absolutely critical role in terms of not only Canada, but also in the world, I would suggest, in terms of just ensuring that that French language continues to survive and be promoted throughout Canada, not just Quebec.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And my colleague and I share a border in Manitoba, a riding border in Manitoba. And I also have the privilege to share a border with the community of St. Boniface, which is a very, very strong Francophone community and Métis community. Oh, which is pretty...
No, je sais pas qu'est-ce qui s'est passé.
I don't know what happened there.
Still has the floor.
Yeah, and a very important Francophone and Métis community. And I'm wondering if the member feels that the bill is going far enough to protect, for example, even communities like St. Boniface in Manitoba.
Answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think within the legislation and the budgetary measures that the Government of Canada has committed to and taken, that this is going to assist the Francophone community. And the member makes reference to the St. Boniface, which is really a rich Francophone community, many different types of activities throughout the year. And it's a great source of pride that continues to ensure that, again, the French language is even spoken more.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise in this House to speak to Bill C-13, an act to amend the Official Languages Act to enact the use of French in Federally Regulated Private Businesses Act and to make related amendments to other acts. Madam Speaker, if I were to give you a simple summary of the committee study, clause by clause, I can tell you that this bill must be an elephant that gave birth to a mouse. Long awaited for 50 years, just like the employment insurance reform, by the way, which is still something we're waiting for. We worked for a full year on this at the Official Languages Committee, and here we are finally at report stage with yet more amendments and an unfulfilled promise from the Prime Minister. But is that any wonder, Madam Speaker? Making promises and not keeping them seems to be in the air in the spring of 2023 when you are Prime Minister. There are many major disappointments for thousands of people across the country and for different reasons. Whether we take him at his word or in flagrant breach of ethics, this Prime Minister and his liberal incompetence goes throughout the whole government, and C-13 is not an exception. There have been many delays caused by the pandemic, which is blamed for many things. There's passports, immigration, foreign workers, the labor shortage, and now the public service is on strike, while the Prime Minister had promised that that would not have to happen. In the middle of tax season and tax returns, hard-pressed families waiting for their money will also have to take their lumps for one more reason. Madam Speaker, I like to be optimistic, but I'm also very realistic. With this Prime Minister, we can never say, promise made, promise kept. We can see that for 8 years, the Prime Minister has mastered his acting skills as he was trained to do, but it's sad to see that he's a big talker but doesn't get much done. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that this is the last thing Canadians needed. A Prime Minister with rose-colored glasses like his Finance Minister, who can't count because he's spending an extra $43 billion that we don't have, who doesn't keep his promises, and who is taking us backwards when it comes to French. Madam Speaker, we have a Prime Minister who is adept at using the language of his choice and to make sweet promises, but when it comes to getting real results for anything, it's a whole different ballgame. And I have to say, Madam Speaker, we didn't just lose this round. We also lost precious time and money. There are disillusioned people who are committed and well-intentioned, in addition to seeing another disastrous consequence for thousands of Canadians in minority French-speaking communities. I'm talking about the decline of the French language. What makes me the saddest, Madam Speaker, is that with a parliament that has skimped on just about everything that was dear to Canadians, those who stood up for our country with solid and well-anchored convictions are exhausted and tired of fighting against the monster created by the Liberal Party of Canada, a country in economic, social, and cultural decline. We are now caught at home in a country ruled by the schemes of two illegitimate political parties where a laissez-faire ideology dominates. They spend without counting the cost, and where nice promises are not followed by concrete and durable actions for a better future or a future at all. Madam Speaker, nourishing hope for too long for poor results, that's what the Liberal Party of Canada has done once again with Bill C-13. In its order of priority, legalizing drugs was far more important, as was lightening the mandatory minimum sentences for criminals. For months, if not years, we have seen a flagrant lack of will and a failure to move forward. Madam Speaker, we aren't moving forward with really substantive changes in terms of today's debate on the modernization of the Act to achieve substantive equality among Canada's official languages. Madam Speaker, both within the community and within the Conservative Party of Canada, we are unanimous in saying that C-13 does not meet the objective of providing solutions to the problem experienced with respect to French as a language of work and as a language of use in society. Madam Speaker, as a legislator, and I speak with knowledge since I worked myself in committee on the amendments to Bill C-13, and like anyone who is concerned about French and its well-being, I looked at newspaper articles that were not very complimentary to the Prime Minister, the Liberal Party, and their will to protect the French language in this country. As a legislator in Parliament for the people of Lévis-Lotbinière, whom I proudly represent in my mother tongue, French, Madam Speaker, here are two proposed amendments to Bill C-13 that I would like to bring to your attention. Motion 9 adds an obligation to the English version,
advance the equality of status, tandis que
while the French version is weakened. We would like, Madam Speaker, that there be a way to ensure that the English and French texts are consistent so that they reflect the English version, which adds an obligation. Also, Madam Speaker, I draw your attention to motion number 13. This motion does not put the two official languages of Canada, English and French, on an equal footing. The Conservative Party of Canada supports bilingualism in this country and equality of status. We can and must protect and promote French in a way that is not at the expense of English. As you are no doubt aware, Madam Speaker, Bill C-13 is a failed attempt by the NDP Liberal coalition to make us believe that they are adequately protecting bilingualism in Canada. The vast majority of the amendments called for by the Fédération des communautés francophones et acadiennes du Canada and the Official Languages Commissioner were not heard attentively in committee and are not included in Bill C-13. After 8 years of talking about the protection of the French language, it can be said that this bill is nothing but window dressing and that it does not guarantee a growing future for the French language. The objective should have been to halt the decline of French and to protect and promote both official languages, but Bill C-13 achieves neither of these very good objectives. Madam Speaker, Treasury Board should be the central agency for coordinating the implementation of the Official Languages Act. To ensure this coordination, the powers of the Treasury Board should have been extended to the entire Act. The powers of the Treasury Board in Part 8 have not been extended to the entire Act or even to Part 7. Madam Speaker, this is completely inconsistent since all stakeholders were calling for Treasury Board to become the central agency, and it should have acquired the necessary tools to do so. I would also like to bring to your attention another flaw in C-13. Madam Speaker, the current wording of Bill C-13 does not ensure that the children of all rights holders under Section 23 of the Charter will continue to have their rights. Indeed, it only sets out a commitment to estimate the number of rights holders. There's no obligation to include these questions in the census as in the 2021 census, which will lead to an underestimation of children of rights holders. Madam Speaker, let us now look at the review of the Act, as a 5-year review has been proposed by the Conservative Party of Canada. Considering the accelerated decline of French in Canada, this amendment could have provided an additional tool to react quickly and adjust the situation. As for the power of the Commissioner of Official Languages, Madam Speaker, they were left out. His order-making power should have been extended to Part 7 of the Act to enable him to do his job properly. Madam Speaker, we have worked hard, but to no avail, to propose necessary amendments to strengthen Part 7. Obligations should have been added to ensure that federal institutions take the necessary positive measures to protect and promote both official languages. Finally, Madam Speaker, I will conclude with an issue that is at the heart of this bill, and it has to do with the very definition of Francophone minorities. The bill should have included an explicit definition of the term Francophone minorities so that it continues to refer only to French-speaking minority communities outside Quebec, and thus avoid any interpretation before a court. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we are once again witnessing a missed opportunity in the history of Canada to protect and promote the French language. This is another example of the disastrous legacy of the Liberal Party of Canada and this Prime Minister who doesn't really care about what really matters to Canadians in this country from coast to coast. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lizla-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. I'm sorry, Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. I changed places, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened attentively to my colleague's speech, and I'd like to hear his perspective on the fact that today we're debating motions brought forward by the government. He participated as a member of the Official Languages Committee when clause-by-clause review was done in committee. And I'd like to know if he thinks it makes sense, because he probably heard what I heard. It's urgent to pass this bill, and the Liberals put a lot of pressure on us. So I'd like to hear what he thinks. Are we wasting our time today because we're delaying the adoption, which they said was urgent? And in committee, we saw obstruction from the government. So I'm a little confused, Madam Speaker. I'd invite my colleague to shed some light on this. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for all of his good work, the leadership he's shown in committee during this whole year, working with the Liberals, and it's not easy to work with the Liberals or the Liberal NDP coalition. Unfortunately, all of that good work that was done by my colleague and my other colleagues will lead to an elephant that gave birth to a mouse, and unfortunately, Madam Speaker, it's easy to lose a mouse in this big building. Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I noticed that the member seemed to share my concern regarding the future of French in Canada. He also seemed to share my concern regarding the fact that the Official Languages Act would have a role that could even be negative because the results aren't there for French. So from his point of view, as a federalist, does he think that it would be easier to preserve French to ensure its flourishing if Quebec were independent? A brief answer. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. I'll say, as I've said before in this House, the only people who will stand up for French in this country will be Francophones themselves. Don't expect anyone else to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It being 5:55 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business. Resuming consideration at third reading of Bill S-211, Fighting Against Forced Labor and Child Labor in Supply Chains Act, a bill standing in the name of Mr. McKay.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to speak on Bill S-211, the Fighting Against Forced Labor and Child Labor in Supply Chains Act. And I want to share a story from the International Justice Mission about the real impact of forced labor in slavery. Like most 10-year-old boys, Surya was a dreamer. If you asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up, his answer might change depending on the day. A famous singer, an artist, a policeman, a pilot, a cricket player. But one day a cyclone hit southern India and destroyed Surya's village. Surya, his mother, and his siblings all survived, but his father didn't. Due to their desperate situation, Surya's mother was pressured into taking a loan from a neighboring farmer that required Surya to work for the farmer. At only 10 years old, Surya's dreams, childhood, and freedom were taken. Instead of the loving embrace of his mother, Surya was beaten repeatedly with a stick. Instead of walking to school in the morning, he was forced to herd goats over 200 goats for miles. Thankfully, with the partnership of a local organization in India, IGM, was able to find Surya, bring him home safely, and fight for justice against the man who had exploited his family. And while Surya was freed, millions more men and women and children remain in slavery today. In fact, it's estimated today that there are over 50 million people in slavery. That is why this issue is so important, and I'm glad we're debating Bill S-211 here today. As one of the co-chairs of the All-Party Parliamentary Group to End Human Trafficking and Modern-Day Slavery, it's been my honor to help advance this bill and work across party lines with my colleagues. I want to thank, in particular, the sponsor in the House of this bill, the member for Scarborough-Gilwood, who has relentlessly championed this issue for years in this place, and our colleague, Senator Maville Deschênes, who brilliantly steered this through the Senate, both the other co-chairs on the APPG, along with the member from Sheffield, and also their offices for all that they've done. I also want to recognize the hard work of people like Sean Boyle, Jerome Loser, and Joel Oosterman, who have been staffing many of us in this integral work to assist us getting this bill done. The APPG has been doing great work over the last few years, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to let members know that our AGM is coming up on May the 8th, and we welcome anyone else that wants to join the All-Party Group to End Human Trafficking and Modern-Day Slavery to come and join us to strengthen Canada's efforts to combat human trafficking. Human trafficking and modern-day slavery turn people into objects to be used and exploited. It's vicious, growing, and profitable crime, and you're here in Canada and around the world. Earlier this spring, the York Regional Police announced that 64 men and women from Mexico were trafficked to work here in Ontario. I want to thank them for their hard work and the hard work of these officers and to apprehend these traffickers and rescue their victims. This vicious crime robs people of their God-given dignity and freedom. And over the past few years, due to the pandemic, an estimated number of people enslaved or trafficked has risen from 40 million to over 50 million. And while these people were harvesting the corn or coffee or the sugar we eat or making the clothes that we wear, we finally will be updating our laws to prohibit the importation from slavery. Our enforcement to this point has been terrible. In the fiscal year 2021 to 2022, the U.S. intercepted 2,300 shipments suspected of being tied to forced labor or slavery. In Canada, 1. And after that, that shipment was ultimately appealed and let go through. However, Canada does not yet require any companies to ensure that their supply chains are free of slavery. That is why Bill S-211 is so important. This bill will require federal departments and large companies that do business in Canada to produce an annual report detailing the measures taken to prevent or mitigate the risks of forced labor or child labor in their supply chains. These reports will be made public, and the penalties for those who make false or misleading, and there were penalties for making false or misleading statements. Mr. Speaker, it's not necessary to get too much into the details of the bill at this stage. The bill has already gone through the Senate stages and has been at committee already. In this House, it has gone through second reading and committee study as well, and now we don't have to debate the bill to get it to pass. We know how long it takes for government simply to implement legislation. With any further debate, this bill will be delayed, and the ability for Canadians to get their increased transparency to help stop slavery in our supply chains. I want to just draw our attention to the former British Member of Parliament and abolitionist, William Wilberforce, who, motivated by his Christian faith, spent decades fighting against the transatlantic slave trade, every year reintroducing a bill to end it, only to see it defeated or delayed. He was eventually successful, but often impeded his efforts were the attempts by other MPs to change or amend the bill, or calls to delay or take a different approach. Those delays resulted in the prolonged suffering and enslavement of countless Africans. That's why it's deeply disappointing to see that there are parties in this House who plan to vote against this bill. That's shocking. These parties make up similar excuses to Wilberforce's opponents why they can't support the bill. No one is suggesting that this bill is the only step Canada needs to take, but it is an important step nonetheless. There are other approaches we can and must take. For example, Canada should adopt a zero-tolerance approach to modern-day slavery and human trafficking. 3 weeks ago, I was in Winnipeg at the National Human Rights Museum, and we brought together survivors and leaders in the fight against human trafficking. The symposium was organized by Paul Brandt and Not in My City, the Rotary Action Club Against Slavery, the Mekong Club, and the International Justice Mission. The focus of that conference was to galvanize support for the Canada Declaration, a document that outlines the reality of human trafficking in our country and around the world, as well as it looks for Canada to take a zero-tolerance approach, which was informed by the voices of survivors. The All-Party Parliamentary Group to End Human Trafficking and Modern-Day Slavery co-chairs had the honour of addressing the leaders in that room, and we are committed to bringing this declaration back to Parliament and urging our colleagues in government to implement these calls to action. Part of the declaration states, "We acknowledge that reconciliation with Indigenous peoples requires Canada to take a concerted effort to end the factors that lead to their overrepresentation as victims of human trafficking. We also recognize the resilience and courage of survivors who have spoken out and raised their voices, and lament that far too often their voices have not been in the centre or not heard. We recognize that the maintenance of freedom requires diligence and sacrifice. We recognize that human trafficking is a multifaceted crime and requires a comprehensive, holistic, and country-wide effort to fight it on every front. That's why we're calling on the Government of Canada and all Canadians to adopt a zero-tolerance approach to end human trafficking." One of the calls to action of the Canada Declaration is for Canada to implement robust measures that require supply chain reporting of Canadian companies. Madam Speaker, that's what this bill does. It helps Canada move forward to a zero-tolerance approach, and that is why I believe this bill should not be delayed any further. If it is in our power to help end slavery and bring freedom to men, women, and children around the globe by passing this bill, why would we delay its adoption one moment longer? Just yesterday, all members of Parliament received a letter from Peter Talbert, a Canadian and an international employment lawyer based in the UK. Peter appealed to parliamentarians to adopt Bill S-211 and pointed to the strengths as it compared to existing international approaches. For example, unlike the UK and Australian laws, Bill S-211 has serious penalties, including fines and direct criminal liability. In fact, those countries are looking to adopt an approach that is reflected in this bill. Peter ends his letter with, "We know more about the wood in your chair, the coffee in your cup, and the tobacco you smoke than we do about the welfare of the millions of men, women, and children that produced it. That is wrong." Madam Speaker, I urge all members to support the immediate adoption of Bill S-211. Again, I want to thank the work of the MP for Scarborough-Gilwood, our colleagues in the Senate, and those that they have worked so hard to get this bill to where it is today. And I want to leave you with the words of William Wilberforce that he challenged his parliamentary colleagues to action over 200 years ago by saying, "Having heard all this, you may choose to look the other way, but you can never again say that you did not know." Thank you, Madam Chair.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as the Bloc Québécois critic on international trade because I think that the themes that we're discussing tonight are linked to that matter. Of course, we are all in favor of trade, but not at any price. Not at any environmental price, not at any human price, not at any social price. And I believe that that means that we should, with the greatest gravity, consider this bill. Before discussing the substantive issues at hand, I would like to congratulate the member for Scarborough-Guildwood for his great sincerity. And I'd also like to congratulate Senator Miville Deschênes. Since 2018, they have tried 3 times to bring forward legislation on this matter. 3 times they have tried. I would like to say how much I admire their efforts. In the case of the member for Scarborough-Guildwood, we know that for years he's been considering potential abuses of businesses abroad. In 2010 already, he tabled a bill to ensure that Canadian mining companies abroad would be more responsible. At the time, there was a minority Conservative government. It could have been adopted then, the bill, if all the opposition parties had come together, but unfortunately, it was not adopted because too many members fell sick in his own party, so there weren't enough votes, and which is a shame because it could have been a step forward. Now, this matter is also very important for me in a personal regard, but also as critic. I tabled a motion, unanimous consent motion, to establish what could have been a true due diligence policy. I think that's the right term, a real due diligence policy. Unfortunately, on my right, in all senses of the word, they said no. The Conservatives said no. It did not pass. I also tabled a petition in favor of such a policy. Last June, I do believe, signed by nearly 2,000 Quebecers who were calling upon us to take action on this issue. And I also brought forward a study. The report was tabled in this House recently on the behavior of Canadian mining companies abroad at the International Trade Committee, which enabled us to hear from several witnesses. And we've often heard about the abuses committed by Canadian mining companies abroad. And of course, let's not forget the clothing industry, which, as we know, has created all sorts of problems. There's also coffee, cocoa, palm oil, all sorts of sectors like these, which engage in activities that have real consequences in terms of how they do things. Even though we may appreciate later having those products on our shelves, still, these products ought to be produced in an ethical and responsible manner, a humane manner. Now, when it comes to mining corporations, we know that Canada is a haven for mining corporations. There are many businesses that use Canada as a flag of convenience. They'll come incorporate here in Canada because of the legal, speculative, and tax benefits that the Canadian framework offers. And then ultimately, there's no real mechanism except for the puppet ombudsman that was created by Ottawa a few years ago, and which ultimately only serves the purpose of allowing Ottawa to swan around and say, we did something. But there's a danger to that. There's a danger to empty shells. There's a danger to policies that are based on good intentions, but ultimately mean that we just sit on our laurels and don't do anything real. I would also mention C-226, a bill brought forward by NDP colleagues that I'm co-sponsoring. I put my name on it without hesitation, because a cause like this one ought not to be partisan. It's too important. There are lives on the line. Human dignity is on the line. And that is why I supported that bill. And I'm co-sponsoring it. But I will, unfortunately, have to make an unfavorable comparison about Bill C-226, or rather C-211, with regard to Bill C-260. The Canadian Business Accountability Network published a report that said reporting is not the same thing as accountability. And the subtitle says that Canada must ensure that Canadian businesses respect human rights all along the supply chain. There is a very clear graphic that compares these two bills, and I will read it out to all of our colleagues here present, because there are various categories that tell us what S211 and Bill C262 do, the bill that I'm co-sponsoring with the NDP. So, question, are businesses mandated to respect human rights? In S211, no. Businesses must indicate every year to state whether they've taken measures to state what they've discovered, but it does not mandate that businesses respect human rights. And in the case of C262, the answer is yes. The bill recognizes that businesses have a duty to respect human rights and that they must proactively act to prevent human rights violations all along the supply chain in their global operations. Now, does the bill ensure that corporations prevent harms? In the case of S211, no. There is only an annual report. It does not oblige businesses to prevent harms. And in the case of C262, the answer is yes. It creates an explicit obligation for businesses to prevent negative, serious impacts all along their supply chains and in their global operations. Does the bill require that businesses take action to mitigate and report and be accountable for human rights violations all along the supply chain, due diligence? In the case of S211, the answer, unfortunately, is no. Businesses are not required to engage in due diligence. The business can declare that it has not taken measures and it can still comply with the legislation. But in the case of C262, the answer is yes. There is an explicit obligation for businesses to implement such due diligence procedures. Question: are there significant consequences if businesses cause harms and do not put into place adequate due diligence measures? In the case of S211, no. No, there are no consequences if they fail to prevent harms or they fail to create due diligence procedures. In the case of C262, however, the answer is yes. There is a legal duty, a legal right. There is a legal right to undertake legal proceedings, and this goes much further than the Ombudsman. Now, in the case of S211, compared to C262, we see that there are many ways in which the legislation will help to eliminate existing obstacles to access to Canadian tribunals and courts. Will the bill get workers' communities involved? In the case of S211, the answer is no. There is no role for human rights defenders and affected workers, whereas in C262, it is required that rights holders be consulted during the due diligence procedures put in place by a corporation. Question: does the bill apply to businesses in all sectors of all sizes all along the supply chain? In the case of S211, it only applies to businesses with more than 250 employees with significant revenue. In the case of C262, the legislation would apply to all businesses of all size all along the value chain, because human lives and rights matter no matter what the income of a company and no matter what its size. Does the bill apply to all human rights? In the case of S211, it only applies to forced labor and child labor, and that's great, but it doesn't consider the matter of the internationally recognized principle where human rights are interdependent and indivisible, a principle supported by many successive Canadian governments. And in the case of C262, the bill supports the idea that businesses must respect all human rights, which respects many international conventions and even references the Convention on Sustainable Environmental Protection. And now, there's a bill, C262, that has teeth. So what should we do with S211? Well, it can be a step in the right direction. Of course, reporting requirements are not negative in themselves, but once again, like with the Ombudsman created by the government, there are serious consequences, especially during this period when we are considering a new post-COVID world order, during this period when trade should not be an imperative, when we should respect sovereignty, when we should respect the environment, when we should respect all peoples in this new international world order. The honourable member has run out of time. I've been trying to make signals. I've been trying to signal to him quite often.
Le temps est écoulé.
Your time is up. I'm sorry. Unless the honourable member has the House's permission to finish his statement. Yes, he does. I just wanted to thank my colleagues for their solidarity. All of this because in addition of the amendments, the block amendments that were rejected at committee, this will force us to oppose the bill.
Honourable Member New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank members of the community who have stepped up for the Simon Fraser University football team. As you know, Madam Speaker, the administration at SFU just a few weeks ago cut the football program. This is a program that has produced some of the best football players in Canada. And we have had a remarkable reaction from the public. They put in place a financial plan that assures the continuity of the program, and it is now really up to the SFU administration to reverse their decision and stop the cuts to the program. Madame la Présidente, je suis ici bien sûr pour parler de...
Madam Speaker, I am here, of course, to speak about S211, and I would like to start by saying that the NDP will be voting against this bill to avoid the problem that my colleague ran into. We will be voting against this bill because it's an empty shell. It doesn't do anything to change the situation for people who are experiencing systemic violations of human rights throughout the world. And let me just mention a few cases. The reality is that we have a bill here that doesn't do anything to change the situation. A situation that is extremely serious. Serious human rights violations.
To speak of only 3 examples of the many, many examples of systemic human rights violations that have taken place on the grounds of Canadian companies. Now, Madam Speaker, we think about that for just a moment, Canada standing up for human rights. But when it comes to some of our corporations, when they've acted abroad, they've acted in the most nefarious way, trampling on basic human rights. I'll give you 3 examples of this, Madam Speaker. S211 would not address any of them. And that is why we need robust legislation. I appreciate my Bloc colleague from the Bloc Québécois endorsing the NDP bills that I'll speak for in a moment, both from myself, but also from the Member of Parliament from Edmonton Strathcona, the NDP Foreign Affairs critic. First example, forced labor, NEFSA, in Eritrea. Forced labor, slavery, on the grounds of a Canadian-owned company. Madam Speaker, this is the most outrageous abuse of human rights, and yet it is connected to Canada. We all must bear the shame of a company that acts in that way and allows systemic slavery, forced labor on its grounds. Second example, Madam Speaker, El Salvador, the company that is involved, the Pacific Rim. We are talking about the most egregious, horrific torture and murder of environmental activists that were speaking up against the mine. Again, Madam Speaker, here is an example of a Canadian company functioning abroad with systemic human rights violations. A third, Barrick Gold in Papua New Guinea. Madam Speaker, we're talking about systemic sexual violence. The sexual violence, torture of many women in the area of that mine in Papua New Guinea. In all of these cases, Madam Speaker, the judicial systems simply do not work. There is no protection from the government. We are talking about corrupt judicial systems, police that have been paid off. We're talking about a complete Wild West for human rights violations, each one of these most egregiously involving Canadian companies. And you can imagine the horrific results on the victims, whether we're talking about forced labor and slavery, whether we're talking about systemic sexual violence, whether we're talking about torture and murder of environmental activists. That is why what we need is legislation that will actually do the job, legislation that will actually force companies to comply, to ensure that those companies are held liable and are held to account. They simply can't be a two-face for Canadian companies. One, when they're subject to the rule of law here in Canada, and a second, where it is the Wild West and with impunity, the most outrageous, atrocious human rights violations can occur on the grounds of these Canadian firms, and it's impunity that those companies can act without any regard for fundamental human rights and values. And that is why I brought forward Bill C-262. And I want to state very clearly, Madam Speaker, that this bill that is being that I'm presenting on the floor, Bill C-262, comes after the incredible work of the Canadian Network on Corporate Accountability. These are activists, including some of the most significant organizations in Canada: Oxfam Canada, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch Canada, a number of very important labor organizations, both private and public sector, all standing together to say Canada's appalling corporate human rights violations abroad need to be treated with the rigor and the type of legislative framework that forces those companies to stop these appalling abuses and practices. And so the Canadian Network for Corporate Accountability did so much of the groundwork that is vital for the bill that I'm bringing forward, Bill C-262. This is a bill that actually addresses human rights abuses, forces companies to account, forces them to do their due diligence before the investment, and it makes them liable if in these just 3 of these many cases, if there is systemic sexual violence, if there is torture and murder of activists, if there is forced slavery, forced labor, those companies will be held to account. Their directors, their leaders of those companies will be held to account. And that is why CS211 falls so far short. An empty box that asks a few companies to prepare some kind of report doesn't hold them liable, doesn't force them to account, doesn't force them to stop the most egregious human rights violations that are taking place in their operations, on their property. If those companies can be proud of their relationship to Canada, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, Canadians are not proud of their relationship with Canada because we have done nothing. Current government, previous government did nothing to address these violations that continue to this day. It may be a different country. It may be a different set of appalling human rights violations. But the reality is, Madam Speaker, as you well know, what we are seeing is these companies acting with impunity. And that's why 262 is so very important, because what it does is it forces an end to slavery and forced labor. It forces an end to systemic sexual violence. It forces an end to company security guards torturing and killing activists who are speaking up for their community with impunity. These are all things that need to be addressed. And that's why I wanted to thank the Canadian Network for Corporate Accountability, all of its member organizations that work so assiduously, for Canada to finally start addressing the elephant in the room, which is we pay lip service to human rights abroad, but we do nothing to force our companies and their directors and their leaders to be accountable to the actions that they allow to take place on their property and in their operations. Now, Madam Speaker, the NDP, as the worker bees in this Parliament, we tried to improve. We tried to give a backbone. We tried to take this empty box that is S211 and bring some content to it. We offered half a dozen amendments that come from the activist sector, those organizations that are most attuned to the issue of human rights. And systematically, what we saw was Liberals and Conservatives rejecting each one of those amendments. Now, just think about that for a moment, Madam Speaker. Here we are, knowing every member of Parliament is aware of the appalling human rights abuses that have taken place through Canadian companies acting abroad. And a bill that pays only lip service to that is before a committee. The NDP offers the amendments that would actually make the bill meaningful, and Conservatives and Liberals vote against. We will be voting against this bill, and we will be bringing forward very strong human rights legislation, because that's what the world calls for, and that's what Canadians deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I would like to acknowledge that this debate is taking place on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. Madam Speaker, I wanted to begin by stating that the government will be supporting this bill. The Minister of Labour has a mandate to introduce government legislation that will eradicate forced labour in our supply chains. This was also part of a platform promise in our last election. In Budget 2023, we committed to introducing that legislation by the end of next year. The government's priority is to pass the most effective legislation possible. Bill S-211 represents an important first step, and through government legislation, we will seek to not only improve upon it, but to go further. How prevalent is this problem? The latest numbers from the International Labour Organization estimates that there are over 27 million victims of forced labour worldwide. This number has increased by 2.7 million people since 2016, in part due to the effects of COVID-19 pandemic, and we have strong indication that this number still likely underestimates the pandemic's full effects on forced labor. In addition, global estimates indicate that at the beginning of 2020, there were approximately 160 million children who were victims of child labor, including forced child labor. And this number, too, is expected to rise given increased poverty driven by the pandemic. These types of practices are deplorable, and our government strongly condemns the use of forced labor and all forms of exploitation in the production of goods. This issue has garnered attention on a global scale. In fact, many countries have introduced or announced measures to address labor exploitation in supply chains, including different forms of supply chain legislation. Others have import prohibitions on goods produced using forced labor, such as the US, Canada, and soon Mexico. The European Union is also considering a regulatory proposal on prohibiting forced labor of goods from its market as well. Madam Speaker, fighting forced labor and child labor is a complex problem that demands a comprehensive solution. Supply chains are becoming increasingly multifaceted, with multiple tiers that could involve a parent company, a subsidiary company, suppliers, and subcontractors spread across the world. This makes it difficult to pinpoint at which stage forced labor, child labor, or other forms of exploitation may occur. Despite this, our government is taking action. Over the past few years, the government has introduced a number of initiatives to help tackle labor exploitation in global supply chains. For example, when it comes to negotiating trade agreements with other countries, we include comprehensive and enforceable labor provisions to protect workers. And we help uphold those protections, including by providing assistance to partner countries in meeting these obligations. For example, we are providing funding through the World Vision Canada to increase protections against child and forced labor in several agricultural sectors in Mexico. In addition, in July 2020, we included a ban in the customs tariff to prohibit the importation into Canada of goods that are mined, manufactured, or produced by forced labor. This is a relatively novel mechanism to address the issue, with the United States being the only other country with such a ban in place, which has evolved over the last 90 years. Departments are in regular contact with American counterparts to learn from their expertise that they have built up over decades. We've also taken steps towards strengthening federal procurement. Its entire contracting regime has changed, so we are including updating government's code of conduct for procurement to include clear expectations for suppliers and their subcontractors when it comes to human and labor rights. In 2022, our government introduced a new responsible business conduct strategy. The strategy focuses on ways to build awareness and increase company-led due diligence and accountability. But we know that government action alone is not enough. We need all hands on deck, government, industry, and civil society. Madam Speaker, as I've mentioned, the COVID-19 pandemic has widened social inequities and increased the risks of fundamental labor and other human rights violations for the most vulnerable around the world. If we want to make Canadian supply chains more resilient and sustainable for years to come, we must eliminate forced labor and employ a range of measures to address exploitation in supply chains. This is a priority for the government and a key mandate commitment for the Minister of Labour and the Minister of Public Safety, as well as the Minister of Public Services and Procurement and the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development. While labour exploitation is a global problem, we must also take an approach that fits the Canadian context. In 2019, the government held extensive consultations on this issue with more than 55 stakeholders in Ottawa, Toronto, and Vancouver. We also held online consultations as well and garnered more than 100 responses. Last spring, the Government of Canada released a report entitled Labour Exploitation in Global Supply Chains, What We Heard Report. This report captures everything our stakeholders shared through those consultations. They told us loud and clear that labour exploitation, including forced labour, is unacceptable and that the Government of Canada should take further action to address it. Since then, our government has continued to engage with numerous stakeholders on the issue of forced labour in supply chains, including civil society organizations, advocacy groups, industry, foreign governments, and international organizations. In recognition of what we heard from stakeholders in international developments on this issue, we have been gathering information on global best practices from international partners and organizations, including further input received from stakeholders on key elements that often form part of supply chain legislation. So these include the scope of potential legislation, the type of requirements that should be imposed on businesses, the entities that should be captured by the legislation and other potential flexibilities that could be considered, the approach to enforcement and governance, as well as non-legislative tools and other measures that are needed to support entities in meeting their obligations under supply chain legislation. There is no doubt that the sponsor of this bill has done a tremendous amount of work and has worked on this for many years. And many members from many parties have also undertaken this work. And I also want to thank those in the other House for the work that they have done, including the other sponsor of this bill. This is an extremely important issue, and for that we continue to applaud their tireless efforts of our esteemed colleagues. We must act, Madam Speaker, but also, as has been said in this chamber, legislation cannot be words on paper. The legislative framework needs to be on strong legal and operational footings. It should be in line with the latest approaches being undertaken by like-minded countries with whom we must collaborate to end this scourge. And we need to equip businesses and other regulated parties to comply and ensure that expertise and capacity exists for the regulator to monitor and enforce so that the legislation has the desired impact, so that it is a strong legislative framework that will be effectively enforced. Ultimately, while this is a complex endeavor, we are committed to doing this work, and we'll get it done, Madam Speaker. In closing, I want to once more make it clear, forced labor is unacceptable in Canada or any place in this world. This bill represents an important first step, but Madam Speaker, it will not be the last one. Working with parliamentarians, industry, and civil society, the government has committed to developing and introducing legislation that will go further. Everyone has the same goal here: eradicating forced labor from Canada's supply chains. The Government of Canada is committed to that work and to employing a range of measures so that Canadian businesses do not contribute to this or other forms of human rights abuses. We will do everything in our power to ensure that goods coming into this country, into our stores, our homes, and that the practices that companies are engaging in abroad are free from the strain and stain of forced labor. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's nice to rise in this House and speak to an issue. A bill comes to us from our colleagues in the Senate where there's general agreement amongst the parties that there needs to be action taken on this issue. Although listening to some of the speeches earlier today, it doesn't sound as though there's going to be unanimous support in this House for this bill, but I think enough to get it across the finish line. I'm a father of 3, the grandfather of 10 children, some of whom may even be watching today. And the issues related to children are very important to me today, as I think they are to all of us in this House. And I'm pleased to have the opportunity to share my thoughts on this bill that our friends in the Senate have put before us. So I want to thank Senator Méville-Deschênes for presenting this bill, as well as Bill S-210, which I'm also very strongly in favor of, which is a bill that calls for age verification methods be implemented to protect children from online pornography, another type of exploitation. It passed the Senate last week, and I hope we'll be seeing it and debating it in this House very soon, Madam Speaker. UNICEF, in their 2021 report, showed the number of children involved in child labor had risen to 160 million worldwide, an increase of 8.4 million over the preceding 4 years, the first significant increase in this generation. The most significant jump was kids, age 5 to 11, and the number of children doing hazardous, dangerous work rose from 6.5 million to 79 million between 2016 and 2020. Again, those numbers are from UNICEF. And you know what, Madam Speaker, we know who the culprits are. We know which corporate entities are utilizing child labor, and we know about the children in the Congo getting sent down the mines to bring up the cobalt so that we here in Canada can have the latest device or drive an electric car. But it goes even deeper than that, with many layers to consider. Canadians are great people. We're kind, we're generous, compassionate. And you can ask any Canadian if they think that child or forced labor is a bad thing. Every one of them would say yes. Ask them, should the Government of Canada do something about it? Yes, we must. Should we ban products produced with forced labor or child labor? Absolutely. Well, good. Now what are you willing to give up in order for that to happen? Now, I realize that it's hardly that simple, but really, Madam Speaker, that is the question. And to be honest, most Canadians would be shocked to discover what products we use and enjoy on a daily basis that in fact contribute to robbing children of their freedoms. While I may not always see eye to eye with my colleague from Vancouver East, I would like to reference some stats from her speech back in March. According to a 2016 report from World Vision, it's estimated that 1,200 companies operating in Canada are importing over $34 billion worth of goods produced by child or forced labor every single year. And that's in Canada, right here, Madam Speaker. I serve a rural riding. I'm an agriculture kind of guy. Canada's farmers are the best in the world. But internationally, the agriculture and grocery industry are one of the most worst offenders for forced labor and child labor. 71% of all child labor takes place in the agriculture sector, and many of these items end up on Canadian grocery store shelves. In 2019, more than $3.7 billion worth of these food products were imported into Canada, a 63% increase from 10 years ago. I look at that number and I think about the fact that as Canadians, we waste somewhere around 58% of the food that we produce here in Canada. And according to research done by a Toronto-based Second Harvest, some 4.8 million tons of food is lost or wasted during processing and manufacturing, and some 2.38 million tons is lost at the consumer level. In short, the abundance of food that we produce here in Canada has led us to dismiss its intrinsic value, and we actually waste more than we consume. In a world struggling to feed itself, in a country where 1 of 5 families is struggling to feed themselves, it's hard to fathom those numbers. And then we turn around and we turn a blind eye and import billions of dollars of food from countries and companies where we know it's kids slaving to produce it. It's mind-boggling. It's so wrong. So I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'm glad we have this bill, and there are positive aspects of this legislation. I just wish this bill had more teeth. The legislation is great in principle, but there are still some problems with this bill, and given that this will likely be the last chance we have to address these issues, I'm going to raise a few of them here. First of all, the bill does not prescribe what specific measures a company must take to be in compliance. Yes, it includes general guidance as to what information should be provided, but it is in the reporting entities themselves who will retain discretion over the design and implementation of compliance systems. The Canadian Network for Corporate Accountability, which includes such members as Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch Canada, puts it more bluntly. Bill S-211 would only apply to a small minority of companies. It does not require that these companies stop using child or forced labor to conduct human rights due diligence. Now, if that's the case, or even if we're just leaving it up to the individual companies to police themselves, individual companies that in some cases are the very reason for this type of legislation, and it is necessary and it's being brought forward, then this legislation may really not have the teeth that we all want it to have. I think this is a situation where it's appropriate for the government to give specific and binding measures and standards to remediate forced labor or child labor in order to be in compliance, because otherwise, this is what I see happening. We will pass this bill, and let's pick a corporation, we'll call it the Orange Company. For years, Orange has used child labor to source their material and build their products. Now this legislation comes into effect, and Orange Company needs to send its report to the minister's office. So they look at the guidelines, they create their own reporting system, they prepare a report. Who needs to approve the report? Well, we look at Part 2, subsection 4A of this bill, and who is it? Well, it's the entity's governing body. What other verification is required? A signature, one signature. Subsection 5B, the signature of one or more members of a governing body. That's it. Without me needing to stretch out this illustration, we can foresee how this does not provide sufficient accountability. Not only that, but the systemic concerns run deep, far deeper than what I have time to discuss here. Let me affirm the efforts identifying in Part 2, subsection 12.1, the minister's prerogative of asking for a revised report in the event of skepticism. I can imagine how this step would force companies to dig deeper and divulge more. However, the consequence for non-compliance is only a fine, really a small fine comparable to the, comparably speaking to the revenue that many of these companies will actually generate. I recognize this legislation as a starting point, and you do need to start somewhere. But like so many other topics, this requires a much broader national conversation, a broader conversation that considers all different layers, including those of the victims. We can slap on Band-Aids, promise the world, and then pat ourselves on the back, but real change always comes with a cost that probably infringe on some of the many treasured items that we use daily. That's true of the economy, and that's true of our society. Author Rosie Donan writes, change always comes with a closing cost, but it's still worth trying. Not because the odds are particularly good, mind you, but considering the alternative. There's value in the struggle, value in touching the raw and the bloody parts of our souls, opening them up to the sunlight and hoping they will heal. As parliamentarians, we have the ability to pass a child and forced labor law that has teeth. We have the ability to ensure that no product made with forced or child labor enters Canada. We can levy severe financial or criminal penalties on those entities who used forced labor who do or want to do business here in Canada. We can do all that, Madam Speaker. The question is, as Canadians, is that really something that we are willing to do? Thank you, Madam.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be one of the last to speak on this bill. And I know that my colleague opposite, I forget his writing name right now, but we've worked together at the Public Safety Committee when he was chair, and I know he worked a lot on this, so I congratulate him for his work, and likewise for Senator Miville-Deschênes. And I know that nearly everything has already been said in this House on this bill, but I still think it's important to provide some context. And to do so, I looked at the open letter that Senator Miville-Deschênes wrote in La Presse a few months ago, I believe, in November, on a topic, a reality that we don't know very well or that we are aware of, but we prefer to cowardly ignore, and that is forced labor and child labor. It is work that, as many of my colleagues have stated, helps provide consumers in rich countries such as Canada with a multitude of low-cost products. It's not a new concept. There's the International Labour Organization's Forced Labor Convention that defines forced labor as all work or service which is exacted from any person under the threat of a penalty and for which the person has not offered himself or herself voluntarily. The International Labour Organization estimates that in 2019, 25 million children and adults were performing forced labor. World Vision Canada estimates for its part that $43 billion worth of Canadian imports may have been produced using child and forced labor in 2020. That's about 7% of Canadian imports that could be produced using forced labor. We can imagine that the pandemic has further highlighted this sad phenomenon and even accentuated it. The race for protective equipment unfortunately worsened the exploitation of the most vulnerable. In October 2021, to give you an example, the United States seized a Malaysian company's shipment of medical gloves at its border amid allegations of forced labor. That was the fourth Malaysian company to be sanctioned in just 15 months. Canada itself has purchased and used millions of gloves from these two tainted suppliers, even though legislation has been in place for over a year at the border to prohibit the entry of such shipments. So we can see that it's not enough to put a stop to this. So forced or child labor, sometimes called modern slavery, has long infiltrated our everyday consumption in Western countries especially. Unfortunately, Canada has stood still while countries like the United Kingdom, France, and Germany have already passed laws to require companies to investigate and report on the risks of forced labor in their supply chains. And yesterday, when I was reading up on the topic, I found on Radio Canada's RAD platform a report on fast fashion, which is something that led to the collapse of a building in Bangladesh in 2013 and that killed over 1,000 people. 10 years later, the question was asked, have working conditions in the textile industry improved? It's an industry that produces the clothing we wear, like clothing from Mango or Joe Fresh, but unfortunately, there wasn't a positive answer. The rights of the workers in this industry are still violated and their working conditions are still poor. People said they were concerned about their health. So until we change our economic model, there will still be this forced labor. So what can we do so that Canada doesn't contribute to forced labor? Well, requiring companies to be more transparent about their practices to eradicate the risks of forced and child labor in their supply chains. That's certainly a good place to start. Is that enough? Unfortunately, it's not. And that's where we see that Bill S-211, it's a good bill, but it might not go far enough. And I was given a chart that I'm looking for on the difference between Bill S-211 and Bill C-262. That my colleague, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, who you heard from earlier, he is co-sponsoring this bill. And when we ask the question, does the bill respect human rights? We look at the chart, and when we look at S-211, it says no, because it's relying totally on companies to report and investigate, but that's all. Whereas Bill C-262 recognizes that companies have a responsibility to respect human rights and that they need to take proactive measures to prevent human rights violations all throughout their supply chain and their global operations. So when we ask that fundamental question, if we have to choose between these two bills, well, we'd like to go with the one that has more teeth. We voted in favor of Bill S-211 at second reading because, as I mentioned, having more transparency in Canadian companies when it comes to the measures they take to reduce the risks of forced and child labor in their supply chains is a very good thing. But the question is, can we go further? And the answer is yes. And I was reading up on this. The United States, and sometimes they're behind on things versus Canada, but here's the contrary. There are rules at the border that are stricter in the United States. So we should be following their lead. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to thank colleagues for participating in this debate. I'm probably a little bit more enthusiastic about some colleagues than others, but nevertheless, this is the end of, or close to the end of a 4-year journey for us. We've introduced this bill a couple of times, but for World Vision, it's been a 10-year journey. And I just want to commend the work of Martin Fisher and Michael Messenger and Matthew Musgrave for their literally tireless work over 10 years to get this kind of legislation to where it is today. I also want to recognize my staff, Sean Boyle, and of course my colleague in the Senate, Senator Julie Milvet-Deschênes, along with her staff, Jerome Lussier. Madam Speaker, yesterday, Stop the Traffic, a world-leading UK-based anti-trafficking organization, said this: the Canadian Parliament will debate world-leading bill. I repeat that for my colleagues who seem to be a little skeptical. World-leading bill. The supply chain transparency and application of company law, and then introducing the concept of a governing body signing off on a modern slavery statement, not just anybody signing off on any statement, anytime, any place, to make the law more meaningful by triggering director duties and other elements in the legal system. Canada is now proposing to take this legislative approach much further and to add serious penalties, including fines and direct criminal liability for non-compliance. So, Madam Speaker, those people who are knowledgeable working abroad have noticed the work of Canadians working here at home. Madam Speaker, border controls have been tried with not a lot of success. Trade treaties, again, tried with not a heck of a lot of success. Criminal prosecutions are spotty. ESG and social responsibility efforts are good and to be encouraged, but again, non-enforceable and somewhat sporadic. And we're not debating a phantom bill such as my colleagues in the NDP want to debate. 262 has little or no chance of actually getting on this floor. So what is on this floor, Madam Speaker, is S211. And S211 is a transparency bill which over time has actually morphed into a due diligence, more of a due diligence bill with due diligence characteristics. I want to remind colleagues that the S211 carries fines, not insignificant fines. Entities entitles the minister to search and seize computers and other records, entitles the minister to a warrant, creates indirect criminal liability for non-compliance and false statements, and will have financial consequences for failure to file a report and to be truthful. These have consequences, financial and regulatory, which my honourable colleagues, some of whom may not fully appreciate. It also gives the minister the ability to draft regulations that may over time become tougher each year. And I sincerely want to acknowledge the work of the Minister of Labour and his commitment in Budget 2023 to introduce legislation in 2024 that will eradicate forced labour from Canadian supply chains and to strengthen the ban on goods produced using forced labour. I am not pretending that S211 is the final step, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is a first step, and the first step actually puts us at the head of all nations who have legislation such as this. So I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill as it is a useful way in which to move us from laggard to leader. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. McKay, seconded by Mr. Zuberi, move that Bill S-211 enact the Fighting Against Forced Labor and Child Labor in Supply Chains Act and to amend the customs tariff be now read a third time and do pass.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
For Scarborough-Guildwood?
Yes. Recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 3, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Thank you.
Now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise virtually this evening to pursue a question I initially asked in question period on February 13th. This was, of course, in advance of receiving our federal budget from the Honourable Minister for Finance. And actually, the Honourable Minister for Finance did respond on the floor of the House to the question I asked that day. I contrasted what Canada is doing to go after the excess profits garnered by particularly large oil corporations, fossil fuel companies, to what is being done in the United States. I cited at that point, what had been a recent State of the Union address from U.S. President Joe Biden, who, of course, so recently spoke in this very place, that called out big oil for its excessive profits, which the President of the United States called outrageous. He pledged to quadruple the tax on corporate stock buybacks. Around the same time, the Secretary General of the United Nations called such excess profits, quote unquote, immoral. Now, in Canada, the biggest oil and gas companies in this country amassed more than $66 billion in profits in 1 year. That, Madam Speaker, is double what they had accumulated in the previous decade. I think of the recent column, well, I guess it may have been months ago now, from the business pages of the Globe and Mail, not generally strong critiques of excess profits, but Globe and Mail veteran journalist Eric Reguly commented that not only were these excess profits, they amounted to, in his words, quote unquote, war profiteering, unquote. We didn't tolerate in my parents' generation war profiteering, and war profiteers weren't celebrated and rewarded. What Eric Reguly's column pointed out was that the excess profits of the fossil fuel sector in the recent past have nothing to do with business acumen or good planning for which corporations and their shareholders should be rewarded. As the column from Mr. Reguly pointed out, it was entirely due to Putin's brutal attack on Ukraine, allowing some corporations to benefit. And I will again use the word of the United Nations Secretary General Guterres, who called it immoral. This is almost unbelievable. We just had before the Environment Committee testifying just days ago, Mr. Brad Corson. He's CEO of Imperial Oil, really an American company operating in Canada. It is a subsidiary of Exxon. Mr. Corson, I struggle to understand how the poor man made ends meet when just a year and a half ago, he only made $8.5 million a year. This last year, his salary was doubled, so he now makes more than $17 million a year. This is the same company, Madam Speaker, that did not divulge, one could say hid, from First Nations and Métis people in the vicinity of the oil sands that toxic materials that are carcinogenic were leaking into the watershed and surrounding areas. He is rewarded with a doubling of his personal salary, but that's nothing compared to the profits received by these oil and gas companies in a period of time when their benefits have to do with Putin's attack on Ukraine. Surely we can do better. The PBO estimates we could get $8 billion with a tax on excess profits. What are we waiting for?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much,
Seniors.
Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always an honour to rise on behalf of the good people of Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, and the folks of the beautiful province of Nova Scotia. I only wish my friend from the Green Party was here in the House today. It's always lovely to see her, and I am pleased, Madam Speaker, to take part in tonight's debate. When my honourable colleague posed her initial question, she asked about the possibility of increasing the windfall tax in Canada following an announcement made by President Biden. As the Deputy Prime Minister rightly noted, our government has already introduced a 2% share buyback tax, which is double the current U.S. level. We introduced this tax because we absolutely believe it is appropriate for our tax system to encourage Canadian companies to invest in Canada, invest in Canada's workers and our economy, and it doesn't stop there. Our government has been and remains committed to making sure that everyone pays their fair share of taxes. We know that the programs and services that Canadians rely on are dependent on a robust national tax base. That's why we moved forward with several measures since 2015 to ensure that everyone pays their fair share. Since 2015, Madam Speaker, we took actions to close loopholes, crack down on tax avoidance, and ensure that the wealthiest pay their fair share. For example, we understand that through the significant use of deductions, credits, and other tax preferences, some of the wealthiest Canadians paid little to no personal income tax in a given year. That's why we were proposing in Budget 2023 legislative amendments to raise the alternative minimum tax, the AMT rate, from 15% to 20.5%, and further limit the excessive use of tax preferences. These amendments would generate an estimated $3 billion in revenues over 5 years, beginning in the 2024 taxation year. Under the proposed reforms, the basic AMT exemption would increase more than fourfold, from $40,000 to $173,000, significantly increasing the income level necessary to pay the AMT. This would result in tax cuts for tens of thousands of middle-class Canadians, while the AMT will more precisely target the very wealthy. Under these reforms, more than 99% of the AMT paid by individual Canadians would be paid by those who earn more than $300,000 per year, and about 80% of the AMT paid would be by those who earn more than $1 million per year. Also, Budget 2022 announced a permanent increase of the corporate income tax by 1.5 percentage points on the largest, most profitable banks and insurance companies, and also announced the Canada Recovery Dividend of 15% on banks and insurance companies to help support Canada's broader recovery. In addition, our government is also committed to phasing out or rationalizing inefficient fossil fuel subsidies that give fossil fuels an unfair advantage over much cleaner solutions. And we've accelerated the previous timeline for doing so from 2025 to this year. In Budget 2022, the government committed to eliminating the flow-through share regime for fossil fuel activities. This is being done by no longer allowing expenditures related to oil, gas, and coal exploration and development to be renounced to flow-through share investors for flow-through share agreements entered into after March 31st, 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's fairly and it's easily researched that the Government of Canada charges less tax on oil and gas companies than that in the United States. And this is in a period of time when we're still subsidizing oil and gas, despite the fact, and I do appreciate my Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and friends' comments, we are still subsidizing oil and gas, increased subsidies in Budget 2023 by providing more access to government funds for carbon capture and storage, something if the industry wants to use that method, they should pay for it themselves, and introducing a new approach to use fossil fuels in producing hydrogen, which should only be produced from renewable sources, so it's truly green energy. We have enormous potential in Canada, but as long to move to a green economy and to decarbonize, but not if we keep shoveling money at companies that are already experiencing obscene levels of profit? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I agree with the member. We have enormous opportunity here in Canada, and we're seeing the things that we've done since 2015 come to fruition. We've said from the start the economy and the environment go hand in hand, and we're seeing those partnerships working in a cleaner, greener Canada. Madam Speaker, Budget 2023 is making targeted and responsible investments to build a stronger economic future for all Canadians. In the end, these will make Canada a better place to live, work, and thrive for everyone. However, our government understands that the programs and services that Canadians rely on, including old age security, the Canada Child Benefit, early learning and childcare, and transfers to provinces in support of healthcare and education, are dependent on a national base, a tax base. That's why Budget 2023, we built on progress we made since 2015 to close loopholes, crack down on tax avoidance, and to ensure that the wealthiest pay their fair share. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful to be here today to ask some follow-up questions to the member around tax fairness for seniors. I want to first give a big shout out. I hear a bit of an echo in here. Is that? Sorry. I would just ask the member to continue on. I don't think that I can do anything about the echo, and so if she can continue on. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just had a bit of feedback coming my way, so thank you so much.
May want to check to see if her earpiece is close to her microphone. Maybe that could be, but I'm sure that now that we've flagged it, that the technical people are going to see if they can adjust anything. In the meantime, I'll allow the honourable member to go ahead. The honourable member from Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'm grateful to be here. I want to first give a big shout out to the seniors for tax fairness who, for their advocacy and work to bring light and solutions forward around the unfair tax system that negatively impacts single seniors. And in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, the BC Seniors and Pensioners of Nanaimo, who have been serving our community for more than 80 years, this organization provides vital services and social activities for seniors. Madam Speaker, I'm here to speak to talk a little bit more and to get some more answers around why we are not implementing the changes necessary to support seniors. A few stats. Of the increasing number of seniors in Canada, 39% of seniors are single. And just to clarify, I'm defining seniors as 65 and older with no partner, single, widowed, or divorced. Of these single seniors that I'm referring to, women are disproportionately represented because of many reasons, because they live longer. And another point that's important is that singles need 2/3 of the income of couples to maintain a similar lifestyle to their coupled counterparts. I think of Margaret, Madam Speaker, a constituent in my riding who's widowed. She's living off OAS and CPP. And she shared with me that she has all these expenses that just keep adding up, and she's asking herself when it will stop. She pays $800 each month for prescription drugs. She asks herself if she will be forced to reduce her prescription medications due to their high costs. Margaret has various health conditions that require monitoring by a health professional, but she no longer has a family doctor, so she's left with nobody to turn to for necessary ongoing health concerns. She's shared with me, Madam Speaker, and I'm quoting her, "I'm just suffering here. I feel like I've been pushed to the side, not getting any help." Now, currently, what we see in place is that coupled seniors are experiencing tax advantages. Rightfully so. They are experiencing, they're able to make the most of their money. For example, income splitting of pension income, which reduces the amount of taxes that each partner is paying, making them both often eligible for full OAS payments with no clawbacks. They're able to transfer between portfolios like RSPs and RIFs and TFSAs. But single seniors, on the other hand, are not able to take advantage of these same tax rules. For example, they're not able to split income or split their pension income They pay full taxes on pensions and increases the probability of OAS clawbacks, which means ultimately they are receiving less income. There are multiple ways, Madam Speaker, in which single seniors are, just because of the relationship status in which they are in, that they are being placed in a further position of disadvantage. Seniors have contributed to our communities in endless ways. At this time of their lives, more than ever, they should not have to worry about having the funds to make ends meet, or that their loved ones will not have access to the funds intended for them when they pass. And so the question here that I was asking to the Prime Minister, who was here prior, was why single seniors are not receiving the same tax advantages as their coupled counterparts. Why is this Liberal government not making the necessary changes to ensure seniors are not disadvantaged, excuse me, that's a key word, solely based on their relationship status?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, for her question. There are a lot of wonderful members of Parliament in this House of Commons, Madam Speaker, and I can tell you that this member is one of them. And I'm perfectly willing to have conversations, continue the conversation about seniors at any time with this member and other members. I agree wholeheartedly with this member that this is a very important issue. After a lifetime of hard work, seniors deserve a secure retirement. They shouldn't need to be worried about making ends meet. That's why our government is continuing to step up to put more money into the pockets of seniors, including older women, when they need it most. We recognize that although global inflation rates are declining, Canadians, including seniors, are facing affordability challenges, particularly when it comes to filling their grocery cart. That's why in Budget 2023 we created a one-time grocery rebate, providing $2.5 billion in targeted inflation relief to the Canadians who need it the most. This means that 11 million low and modest income Canadians and families, including seniors, will benefit from extra money to pay for groceries, transportation, rent, and other daily expenses. I'm also happy to say that Budget 2023 proposes $13 billion over 5 years and $4.4 billion ongoing to implement the Canadian Dental Care Plan. This plan will help up to 9 million uninsured Canadians, including seniors, access dental care. On top of these new measures, Budget 2023 also touches on our previous measures for old age security and the Guaranteed Income Supplement, which both provide an important, stable income for seniors. Also, Madam Speaker, allow me to remind you about the programs and recent increases. The OAS program is considered the first pillar of Canada's retirement income system. Benefits under the OAS program include, amongst others, the basic OAS pension, the GIS for low-income seniors. There are also special allowances for low-income seniors aged 60 to 64 who are the spouses of or common law partners of GIS recipients or who are widowed. Last summer, our government increased the OAS pension by 10% for seniors over the age of 75, more than half of whom are women, putting over $800 more in the pockets of seniors in just the first year. We also increased the GIS by 10% for nearly 1 million low-income single seniors. Madam Speaker, these measures are just a few in a basket of supports that the Government of Canada has provided for seniors. We reversed the former government's reckless decision to raise the age of eligibility from 65 to 67 for GIS and OAS, something that, Madam Speaker, would have come into effect this very month without our government's intervention. We provided tangible assistance in the form of program changes, tax breaks, and top-ups. We reduced income taxes through increases to the basic personal amount. And for working Canadians, we enhanced the Canada Pension Plan, which is considered to be the second pillar of Canada's retirement income system. I want to emphasize that the CPP offers a number of provisions, like CPP's child rearing provisions, to support people who had a lower labour force attachment, especially women who took time off to care for their families. Madam Speaker, our plan is working. In fact, since 2015, we have lifted hundreds of thousands of seniors out of poverty, leading to the lowest poverty rates amongst seniors in history and amongst the lowest in the world. All of these measures show that the financial well-being of seniors, including older women, is a priority for the Government of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. a couple of other seniors in my riding. There are many seniors who are reaching out who are struggling to make ends meet. And two seniors in particular, I just want to mention. One, Robin, who's a single senior in my riding, again, living on a fixed income. She currently pays 75% of her income on housing. This is way too much for her to be paying. Shocking. Mary, another constituent in my riding who is widowed, again living off fixed income. She's experiencing health conditions, diabetes and renal failure to be specific, and has been recommended a special diet in order to minimize the impacts of these health conditions, but can't afford to purchase the foods that's being recommended to her by the dietitian so that she can live her healthiest, happiest life. There are some real solutions that are being put forward by the Seniors for Tax Fairness, which I believe are tangible and clear ways that the government can move forward to help seniors. One example is to give seniors upon their death the right to transfer their...
I'm sorry, the honourable member's time is up. I've been trying to let her know that 1 minute does go very fast. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd be pleased to offer the opportunity to chat in a sidebar with that member at any time on any type of advocacy for seniors in Canada. The Government of Canada continues to do more to support seniors, including older women. Please allow me to provide you once again with a snapshot of what a 76-year-old woman in British Columbia with a maximum GIS entitlement could now receive. She could be eligible for more than $2,000 in additional support in 2023, thanks to the grocery rebate, the GIS top-up, the increase for single seniors introduced in 2016, and the new increase in the OAS pension for seniors over 75. Madam Speaker, that could be an extra $2,000 in her pocket this year. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to take to my feet and have some follow-up questions for the Minister of Environment around his carbon tax scam that has been shown now by the Parliamentary Budget Officer to take more money out of Canadians' pockets than the rebates put back in. So I have a few questions. I'm hoping the Parliamentary Secretary doesn't have to read prepared notes on this one. One, does he agree with the Parliamentary Budget Officer and when he stated that Canadians are going to receive less in rebates than they're going to pay out in the carbon tax? Two, does he agree with his Environment Minister who on a popular TV show stated that same fact when the Environment Minister said, yes, it is true, Canadians are going to pay more in a carbon tax than they're going to receive back in rebates. And actually some Canadians are going to pay between $1,500 and $1,800 more in 2030 than they're going to receive in rebates, which is something that the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed in his latest report. So I'd like to hear the answers to that. And also, talking about the carbon tax, we've had this discussion over the years in this chamber, and when I was a member of the Legislative Assembly, we also ran against the carbon tax in Saskatchewan as well. You see, in Saskatchewan, Madam Speaker, a lot of people don't have any choice but to drive in their own vehicles. They have to drive in remote Saskatchewan, and in farms, they use vehicles that they have to get to and from work. And Madam Speaker, there is no other options like there is in urban Canada. So some of the people that I represent really see this as a wealth transfer from rural urban Saskatchewan, from rural Saskatchewan to urban Saskatchewan. So my question then to my honourable colleague would be, what does his rural people feel like in Nova Scotia? Because my sister's from Halifax, and I know Dartmouth, there are people that have to travel a lot to and from work. What are their options if there isn't public transportation? Has he heard from his constituents that they're paying a lot more in the carbon tax than they're getting back? He's shaking his head no, but I'm wondering if there are some people in Nova Scotia that have that feeling, because some members on our side say they have had conversations with people in Nova Scotia that do feel the carbon tax is taking more out of their pockets. Another question I would have is, we had the conversation around the supply chain and grocery stores. Obviously, when you charge more for fuel, anything that's trucked is going to cost more. Groceries have gone up through inflation, but also through the carbon tax, Madam Speaker. Home heating in winters in Saskatchewan get pretty cold, Madam Speaker, and I think the same thing happens in Nova Scotia. And home heating costs have gone up exponentially because of the carbon tax, Madam Speaker. We know that in 2030, the gas tax, the carbon tax, is going to be 41 cents a litre. in this country, Madam Speaker. And if the Liberals and NDP don't think that's going to affect prices of anything that is trucked in to our country, where it's going to hit the consumer, the consumer harder than anything else, Madam Speaker, they're fooling themselves. So we will continue to fight against the carbon tax scam, Madam Speaker. And once again, I just have a few of these questions that he should be able to answer without reading from his prepared notes from the PMO. How does the carbon tax affect his people in Nova Scotia? And Madam Speaker, does he agree with his Environment Minister, who finally admitted, after years of saying people are going to receive more in the rebates, finally admitted the truth on national TV that Canadians are going to pay more in the carbon tax scam than they're ever going to get back, Madam Speaker? So that's a couple follow-up questions that I'd have for my honourable colleague.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think the member probably should have had some prepared comments, because everything he just spouted was basically wrong. There is no carbon tax in Nova Scotia yet. There is no price on pollution in Nova Scotia yet. So how would he be speaking to constituents in Halifax and Dartmouth about the impact of something that doesn't exist yet? But we'll move along here, Madam Speaker. Also, another thing that doesn't really, it's hard to dot an I across a T for someone who says he's been fighting against the carbon tax, and in 2021, he campaigned. It was in the platform. I have a copy in my office. It's in the platform, and he knocked on doors asking his constituents to vote for him based on what was in that platform. Hard to cross that T and dot that I, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we know Canadians are facing a really difficult time right now, which is why we're going to continue to be there for them, investing in them responsibly to make it through these tough times and get to the brighter future ahead. Climate change, far be it for this member to agree to this, but climate change is real. It's happening. It's a huge issue, but I have to tell you, Madam Speaker, it's the biggest opportunity of our lifetime. Not just the biggest issue, the biggest opportunity. The latest science warns that to avoid severe impacts of climate change, greenhouse gas emissions must be reduced significantly and urgently to limit the global average temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. Canadians, I knocked on doors too, Madam Speaker. Canadians want and expect real action on climate change. This member can stand up and say Canadians don't want a price on pollution. They've lost 3 elections in a row. So what do Canadians want? They want action on climate change, Madam Speaker. Clearly the member's not listening to what Canadians are saying when 3 elections in a row, his party's been on that side of the House. And it's going to be a 4th. It's going to be a frustrating time for Conservatives to sit on that side for a 4th, because they don't understand that Canadians want real action on climate change. Madam Speaker, I will take the word of our Environment Minister any day of the week over someone who one day says, I don't support a price on pollution, and then the next election says, well, guess what? Our platform now says we believe in it. Well, what about next election? Probably won't believe in it. Who knows? 55% of the grassroots members of the Conservative Party of Canada said climate change isn't even real. I'm glad to say, Madam Speaker, that Canadians don't agree, and they showed that at the election.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Well, Madam Speaker, I wish this member would have read from his prepared notes, because everything he said was untrue, Madam Speaker. First of all, I wish that he would find a piece of literature that said I ran on a carbon tax in my riding. That would be interesting to see. Second of all, Madam Speaker, if he agrees with his Environment Minister, then he agrees that people are going to pay more in carbon tax than they're going to get back, because that's what his Environment Minister said, Madam Speaker. So it's nice that he finally agrees with Conservatives. And thirdly, Madam Speaker, most people understand that we have to do something about climate change, Madam Speaker. But the hilarious part is these Liberals have never met a target they've made. They are 58th in the world in reducing emissions. That's a fact. That's from COP, the recent COP, Madam Speaker. So the fact that they think this carbon tax scam is going to actually lower emissions is false, and they should stop spreading misinformation to Canadians.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Just to wrap up quickly, Madam Speaker, thank you. Emissions are coming down. The economy and the environment do go hand in hand. Climate change is a huge issue, but a massive opportunity. I will take no lessons from that member and that party across the way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La motion portant...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.